Okay. Okay. You mind if a quirked up white boy keeps his studio lights down a little low? I got I fell asleep at 4:30, got woken up at 7 by the alarm for the thing. Here I am. Hello. Leave for a couple minutes. It's 8:14, okay? 3 hours, wow. Yeah. Yeah, good morning. Mm, anything major happen? Nah. Control F Kosovo, they support us? Of course they do. They're Kosovo. The only reason they exist is because of us. I'm surprised you didn't know the U.S. has done this before. Bush Sr. ordered the arrest of Panaman President Noriega for drug trafficking. We talked about that yesterday. That being said, the real thing that the Panaman president did that we were upset about was that they fucking seized the Panama Canal, right? Like, at least in that case, there was like an actual dispute. Not to say that our, fucking occupation of the canal was good in the first place, but uh Spanish neo-libertarian evangelical fascists are saying this is just the start. You know, Arabs have a saying, and it pertains also to Latin white people. Does this change Trump's lame duck status? Oh my god, not even a little bit. Thank God he was late too. Mm. My Cuban family is pogging at this development. I'm mortified. I assume they're Cuban expats. Of course they're pogging at this. Statistically speaking, they are Adolf Hitler. Trump threatens Mexico next. Okay, man.
I'm fine with that.
I wonder, Mr. President, though, I want to ask you because from your vice president, J.D. Vance, said that the message is pretty clear. The drug trafficking must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people, and we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
Excellent. We invading Mexico now? We'll get there. I know Venezuelan people are happy about this, but that's not the point. Guys, we don't need to keep... Listen, okay? If Trump bombed Cuba, the fact that American Cubans would be celebrating would not make them correct. Like, it's a moot point. Okay? I would happily stomp on the hopes and dreams of every single Venezuelan expat if it means preserving the immortal socialist dictatorship of Venezuela. All right, it's their thoughts, opinions, and feelings are utterly irrelevant. Okay, the colonialism will stop. Late.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and if you are just waking up this morning, we are following breaking news. President Trump announcing the capture of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro overnight in a large-scale U.S. military operation.
Attorney General Pam Bondi confirming Maduro and his wife have been indicted in New York on drug and weapons charges. The couple, quote, will soon face the full wrath of American justice.
It comes after explosions rocked the capital of Caracas and surrounding states. Early this morning, President Trump is expected to hold a news conference from Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m.
Lucas Tomlinson joins
We're really doing this in federal court, man.
us now from West Palm Beach, Florida, where the commander-in-chief has been spending the holidays. Hey, Lucas, what more can you tell us this morning?
Good morning, Doc. For weeks, President Trump had...
Listen how, yeah, look at how fucking fake this indictment is, man. Here's a tweet from our Attorney General. Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices. Just, he's a foreign leader, man. What the fuck are we doing? Seriously? What the fuck did Maduro do? He's got cannons. I'm pretty sure the president of Venezuela has more than machine guns. He's probably got like tanks and stuff too. If he gets off, if he gets acquitted, that'd be so fucking funny. God, I hope.
Pledged there would be strikes ashore in Venezuela, and that's exactly what happened in the pre-dawn hours, where the National Mission Force Special Operations Forces were launched, likely from the USS Iwo Jima offshore, after the Air Department...
Like, he might actually get acquitted, man. The indictment from the Southern District of New York reads like it's a fucking high school prompt. Nicolas Maduro Moros, the defendant, is at the forefront of the corruption and has partnered with his co-conspirators to use his illegally obtained authority and the institutions he corroded to transport thousands of tons of cocaine into the United States. Since the early days of Venezuelan government, he has tarnished every public office he has ever held. He sits atop a corrupt, illegitimate government. Man, this all sounds like a phenomenal fucking legal argument, you know? About to be a press conference? Yeah, we're waiting on that. But Trump pardons the president of Honduras, a guy who actually, like, yeah, who was convicted on this? Yeah. Indicted his son as well.
Jets and helicopters on board had been moved to Puerto Rico. Those forces, the strike force, assaulted Maduro's compound in the pre-dawn hours after those airstrikes from U.S. military aircraft took place in Caracas around 2 in the morning, Caracas time, 1 in the morning, East Coast time. And President Trump posting to Truth Social after Maduro and his wife had left the country. I'll read it. The president posted, quote, "The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter." And we heard from Venezuela's leader just a day ago, guys, in a car, of a dash cam video saying he was open to a deal with President President Trump. He said he would be open to combating the drug trafficking. Recall for many days now there have been increased sanctions on Maduro's regime.
Why we see why Iran wants nukes? I mean, the message from this is clear. The United States is a rogue nation that will do anything and everything it wants to for any reason. You know, we are no longer bound by the mores of international law, not even nominally, like not even as a bit. And the only way for a nation to protect themselves against American incursion is for them to immediately develop nuclear weapons, which they must then threaten their neighbors with in such a fashion that we cannot incur. It's worked for North Korea. North Korea, man, fucking 60 years, 70 years, no invasion from the West.
His regime had been called a cartel, had been sanctioned as a foreign terrorist organization. We'd seen dozens of strikes against drug boats in the Caribbean and in the Eastern Pacific. And then this morning at 2 in the morning, we saw those dramatic airstrikes, likely from F-22 fighter jets, stealth fighter jets. Also recall those F-35s that have been moved to Puerto Rico, likely taking part in the strikes. We saw B-1 bombers, a flight in the Caribbean just last evening. It's not clear if those also took place. We also, as you can see in the video coming up, dozens of U.S. Army helicopters, likely from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. Those are the Night Stalkers. Those are the world's most elite pilots that would have taken the strike force into Caracas to detain Nicolas Maduro. This appears, from the American side, to be bloodless. It appears all aircraft were able to successfully execute their mission, and all American military personnel, those elite Tier 1.
Picture from Donald Trump. Love getting my kidnapped foreign leader updates from the Twitter account of the President of the United States. Jesus Christ. Well, at least he looks dripped up. At least they got him in the classic Latin sweatsuit, you know? Is that Dr. Disrespect? This is one hell of a comeback tour. Holy shit. You thought he was done? Yeah, they got him water. He's fine. You think they posed him with the water? I mean, definitionally, yeah.
Forces from the Delta Force, the Ranger Regiment, and perhaps SEAL Team 6 all made it out of the country in one piece. And let's not forget,
the operation, this operation was successful and is over, but I don't think that we're necessarily going to see the USS Gerald Ford pull anchor and leave the region anytime soon.
Doesn't appear that way, Charlie, although it is worth noting that Ford has been at sea for 6 months, deploying back in June. She was moved from Europe to move to the Caribbean, part of what the Trump administration has said repeatedly, and with this new national security strategy, that the focus would be on the Western Hemisphere. We saw in the new national security strategy that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth unveiled at the Reagan National Defense Forum. And you're right,
we're proving Mearsheimer right. Like, the official policy of the United States government is that America gets the Americas, Russia gets Europe, and China gets Asia. Like, our position is Russia should get Ukraine, basically, because it's like right there, and China, like, if they get Taiwan, it's literally right there, and we get all the Americas. We're unironically doing like 1984 global division. It actually is 1984 shit. We're drawing the lines. They read 1984 and saw a fucking instruction manual.
In this huge buildup of U.S. military forces in the Caribbean, the USS Gerald Ford Strike Group, not just the aircraft carrier and squadrons of F-18 Super Hornets, but also the USS Iwo Jima amphibious ready group with thousands of Marines and, of course, dozens of attack helicopters. It's likely those Night Stalkers, the elite pilots that flew the strike force into Venezuela, were based aboard Iwo Jima. We also saw dozens of other warships in the region as well. Well, President Maduro is no longer running the country, and that statement from the vice president of Venezuela confirmed what President Trump said about Maduro and his wife had been removed from the accounts in excess of billions of dollars, not millions, but billions. You have to wonder if any kind of opposition leader like Maria Corina Machado were to come to the country, would those generals support her new leadership or whoever is designated by the Trump administration if they can make that happen in the country?
Well, you know, that's such a great point to raise, Lucas, whether or not these generals would trust someone like Maria Corina Machado, because the Cartel del Soles, Cartel of the Suns, is specifically named that because the epaulets, the sun-like shaped dressing on the generals' uniforms, that's where they got it. The reason why they were given that name is because the military is the cartel. That's what ultimately Nicolas Maduro is being indicted on in terms of running a cartel organization of narco-terrorists. You mentioned, though, Maria Corina Machado. Here's a little bit of what she had to say on Fox and Friends. Watch.
I completely trust the strategy President Trump is developing and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. They know very well with whom they're dealing with. This is not a legitimate president. This is the head of a criminal structure that was already defeated in a presidential election by landslide. So
Nobel
they know
Peace Prize
how
winner.
to
Immediately
deal
dedicated
with,
it to Donald Trump.
these kind of individuals that are criminals, narco-terrorists, and I believe that Maduro will get a very clear picture of what are his options and what's the future for Venezuela.
What would be your message to Americans who are worried that this could become another costly foreign entanglement for them?
I believe
Don't worry, it won't be. Just put me in charge. It'll be over lickety-split. You'll make lots of money from this.
it's exactly the contrary. Maduro started this war. President Trump is ending this war. A transition to democracy in Venezuela will make the Americas, including the United States,
Wow, Trump
safer,
stopped another war.
more secure,
All it took was
and more
bombing a capital in a
prosperous.
country that
Because
has not attacked
Venezuela,
us.
our country, has been turned into that safe haven for all those enemies, forces that want to undermine the institutions of the United States and also kill people in Venezuela and in your country. So we are solving and dismantling a criminal structure that has produced great pain and turned our country, our nation, into the best ally of the United States, a security shield for the Americas, and a
Wow, not even like pretending to do this for the Venezuelan people. Not even a pretense. Why even bother? Like, liberating the Venezuelan people, freeing them from the... No. She talks like a Zionist. She's literally pledged to move the Venezuelan capital in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem if she becomes leader of Venezuela. She's a Zionist. She's just like the rest of them. She's part of the game. She's part of the big C fucking cabal.
huge opportunity for energy
Embassy, not
security
capital.
as well. And one thing very important, Rachel, millions of Venezuelan migrants will come back home the day Maduro goes.
So that's what Maria Corina Machado had to say back in November. Is it your sense, Lucas, that at this press conference in just a few hours at 11 a.m., that we may learn more about whether or not the Trump administration is putting its backing behind someone like Machado?
Being removed.
It'd be so funny if they dropped her. If they were just like, nah. It's easier to work with one of Maduro's cronies. We just put one of his generals in charge.
Moved from office in this daring operation led by Special Operations Forces in the cover of night at about 2 a.m. this morning in Caracas. Certainly, this is something we're going to wait to hear from President Trump. Clearly, the Trump administration has game planned this out. This was just one part of the operation. Now it goes into the political realm, and who is going to rule the country, and will these generals allow any opposition leader to do it, or perhaps one of these generals might take over?
That's a great point. Not only are they one people, they also have a history of free markets and free self-government.
Free markets. Interesting. I wonder why we're doing this. Dude, they're all so fucking blatant, man.
What do you see as the
Here's them on call with President Trump.
future of Venezuela's oil industry?
Well, I see that we're going to be very strongly involved in it. That's all.
Elect Republican, cut taxes for the wealthy, cut welfare benefits for the poor, invade country for oil.
Well, I mean, what can I say? We have the greatest oil companies in the world, the biggest, the greatest, and we're going to be very much involved in it. We can't do something like this, and we're prepared. You know, we were prepared to do a second.
I'm cutting my losses and becoming an insufferable tanky. Please don't judge me. Perfect time to get on that off-ramp, okay? If anyone wants to have, like, their insufferable tanky phase starting here, you know, like you start speaking exclusively in Maoist standard English, death to America, total campist, Russia is liberating Ukraine from Western hegemony, whatever. This is, like, the perfect time to get into that. Just saying.
Wave. We were all set, and this was so lethal. This was so powerful that we didn't have to, but we're prepared. We're out there with an armada like nobody's ever seen before, and we're prepared, and frankly, probably thought we were going to have to do it, but we were prepared for a second wave going in.
We are all Nicolas Maduro.
Lucas Tomlinson, we'll check back in with you as things warrant.
Thanks, Lucas.
And in the next hour, we will be hearing from Senator Tom Cotton, who was briefed by Rubio earlier this morning, and he'll be joining us in the 9 a.m. hour. Let's bring in Brett Vela.
Well, that's nice. I'm glad the White House is speaking to at least one senator, because they didn't brief the fucking military intel committee.
Kovich, Fox News contributor, drone expert, and
on corruption, fear, terrorism. Maduro didn't just govern his country. He turned a once wealthy nation into a narco-terrorist state.
Do you think Rubio's
he exported instability
yes.
across the region, and he hid behind sovereignty while bleeding his own people dry. And I think the explosions last night are just the sounds of justice finally catching up to him and his cronies, who have starved their people while lining their pockets with drug money, illicit oil deals. You know, now the Venezuelan government knows the gig is...
It's so much worse than Iraq, dude. I cannot tell you enough. Like, go back and watch how they were talking about the invasion of Iraq when it happened. Everyone was pretending we cared about the Iraqi people. Like, everyone. Republicans, Democrats, all of them. Everyone who supported the war. The line was like hearts and minds. We are liberating them from Saddam Hussein, and our primary goal is making sure they want us there. Now, obviously, that was bullshit, but, like, they pretended. Right? I guess this is more honest, at least.
Right? His capture exposes the fragility of their house of cards, which was built on rigged elections, repression, and frankly, the Venezuelan people deserve, you know, better than bread lines and blackouts. And so hopefully with Maduro gone, there's finally hope for some democracy. And cheers to our administration, who just sent a clear message around the world. Criminal regimes that traffic drugs, destabilize the region, threaten U.S. interests, they're no longer untouchable. And so I really believe the proper amount of power was applied here.
Yeah, like the lesson here is clear. If you are interested in maintaining sovereignty over your land and your natural resources, you must immediately invest in the development of nuclear weapons. Do it now. If you're Iran, if you're Mexico, whatever, like all cards are, like the only way to protect yourself is to have nuclear weapons. Or a very, very, very sophisticated shield of anti-air weapons, but that's much more expensive. You need to get yourself like a Russian thermonuclear weapon, right? Like a Cold War remnant, and you need to sit on that. It's that you gotta pull a fucking I'm so tired. I'm blanking on her name. The white woman. Governments don't even bother to explain why we should start a war anymore. They just look at you like this. Fucking true. Yes!
Everything about it.
This is what I wanted to hear.
And then you almost couldn't hold them back. It was like they wanted to go so badly. And most people would have said, I'll take a pass. I know that Charlie would have wanted to go because Charlie's a very brave person. But I know a lot of other people would have said, I think I'll pass on this one. Let's watch it on television. So it's been amazing.
Carry
to see how good they were, how professional they were, how incredible the equipment we have is. I mean,
fuck yes, man. Basically, like the only mention of Charlie Kirk from the president when he's not at an event specifically about Charlie Kirk. God, that's funny.
Quickly, intelligently, and it's going to restore deterrence across our own hemisphere.
Yeah, and Brett, with your obviously military background, you're well aware of what must have gone into this operation, which President Trump called brilliant in an interview early this morning with the New York Times. But it does appear.
Speech starting? Gotcha.
Night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the
He sounds like shit,
attack
dude.
on al-Baghdadi.
He's 40 minutes late and he sounds like shit. They had to jack him up on
obliteration
adrenochrome so he
and
could
decimation
speak.
of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as
He is really
Big
quiet.
Night
I have the volume
Hammer.
normal right now.
All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores.
He's not. He's like
both of
skimming
whom
the paper he's
now
reading.
face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan.
Okay, obviously he's not in charge of his own admin. Yeah, for sure. This is 100% Rubio. If this was his doing, he would be much happier right now.
Respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an
I'm sure you'll tweet about it eventually, sir.
Not a single American service member
It'll
was
come
killed,
out.
and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just
He
look
has
at the
just
boats,
overwhelmingly
knock out
powerful vocal
97%
tics, huh?
of
He's
the
always stimming with
drugs
it.
coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills 25, on average, 25,000 people. We knock
It's like
out
Northern
97%.
Lion, man.
And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So I don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in. And we have the
Okay.
same
No.
situation
Just
that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about.
Sir, you're not supposed to say that.
Liberty and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it essentially until such time as
he's the third time. Why do you keep saying that? Did they write it 3 times in the paper?
Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large
they weren't pumping nearly
United
enough
States
oil?
Companies, the biggest
That was the
anywhere
problem?
in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure.
Oh my God.
Infrastructure.
Oh my
And start
God.
making money for the country.
He's just
And
there's no
ready
artifice.
to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so.
Oh
So
my
we were
God.
prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not.
It is the most transparent presidency in history.
Successful. We probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison responsible for the deaths of countless Americans.
Where do we go from here? I have no idea. I have no clue. I have no idea how you.
Years of Americans died because of him.
This is like unprecedented in the history of anything. Like there's no pretense being offered. There's no. He just flatly said they're not pumping enough oil. We're gonna go in there and make them pump more oil. We control the country now. We'll bomb them again if we need to. There's no. Like, Russia lied to provide a pretext for their invasion of Ukraine. This is like, there's no comparison to this. Israel said there were like Hamas tunnels everywhere. Like the regimes are supposed to lie. I don't know what you do when they don't lie. I don't know what.
Presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place.
Yeah.
Many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua,
I've heard of these
terrorize
guys.
American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C.
Okay, are we
Never had
transitioning into the
killing
part
the
of the
terrorists
speech where it's all
attack
the
a few
same
weeks
speech?
ago.
Have we woven
A little bit of a
into the
different
Trump,
kind
like the
of a-
uni-Trump speech?
A threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our
Sorry.
capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's too much to talk about here for me to bother listening to the same speech for the 50th time. This is completely unprecedented. I genuinely have no idea what to do or what to say about this. I have no idea. Well, he just fucking admitted it. They all just admitted it. Listen, I said this yesterday, so I'm going to say this again. Okay, they might say this is for the oil. It's actually not. It is not profitable for U.S. oil companies to set up in Venezuela. They would make more money building new oil facilities off the American coast. The oil, the resources available here in the United States, in our own land, it's both easier to access and it's higher quality. Like, it's better to go after. It's more profitable. It is not financially justifiable at the current oil price, or even at a slightly higher oil price, to go and get Venezuelan oil. Like, this is about blood. I mean, this is about inertia. This is about, like, the Epstein demons. It's not really about oil, you know? The freaks in power are aware of the fact that they have the ability to do anything they want as long as Trump is in charge. They get together in their child rape clubs and they all brag to each other about how based and red-pilled it's going to be, you know? Finally, now we're uncucked. We can do anything on the world stage. Marco Rubio's had a massive chip in his shoulder about all of Latin America for his entire fucking life, you know? So has Donald Trump. There are so many people who have been gunning for the opportunity to do something like this. They all want to wave their dick around. It has nothing to do... It's not even a good business decision because it's not about business. It's personal. Like, the reason Trump is talking about oil so much is not because he personally is, like, orchestrating some big scheme for American financial dominance. He's not smart enough, okay? It's because he's talked to oil barons. Like, he's talked with them at Mar-a-Lago, and they've been like, yeah, wouldn't it be based if we got that oil in Venezuela? And because he's an idiot, he just says it out loud rather than pretending that it's about anything else. Trump was born a woman. That's true. We should transvestigate more Republican leaders.
Yeah, what was that?
Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had, they took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
Spectacular. Still doing the Una speech?
Now, when crime is down, left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge
Still doing the Una speech.
Bridget will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now.
Okay. Rewind a bit. He called a 12-year-old beautiful. It's a Trump speech, you know? It's a Trump speech. Well, there's your problem, folks. Talked about this a while back. U.S. Gulf oil refineries are set to process that bad quality South American oil, so they make a huge profit on the refining rather than the extraction. Yeah, but like, it would be most profitable to just trade normally with Venezuela then. Like, there's nothing that forces us to place sanctions on them or to not engage with them regularly as an economic partner. That literally, like, sweetens the pot for everyone, you know? It's like Iraq, you know? The Iraq war was about a lot of things. Oil was one of them. We did set up, like, oil extraction in Iraq. Like, we did take control of it after the Iraq war. But what did it lead to? Massive profits? Like, not really? Not... Like, the most of Iraq, like, Iraq is still a shithole. And they dealt with ISIS for a fucking decade. The destabilization of the region destroyed, you know, enough potential future profit. It would have been... The only point that I'm getting at is that I want to I reject any explanation of this that is not we are ruled over by pedophilic demons, okay? I don't want anyone talking about this like it's some kind of fucking master plan, like it's this big like business stroke that's being orchestrated, this like investment project, you know. All the oligarchs have their hands together like Elon Musk. They're like, yes, this will increase my profit. You know, the wealthiest man in the world is Elon, and he's a fucking retard. Like, the Elon Musk is going to become a trillionaire entirely off of bad decision making. Every day he wakes up and says something that compromises the value of Tesla stock, and it just doesn't matter because the world's not fair and there aren't consequences for your actions once you're wealthy enough. Like, that's the world we live in. We don't live in a world where the U.S. oligarch class is like nefarious scheming mastermind. I just want everyone to be clear on this. It's because they're demons. It's not because they have a plan. If a plan happens, then it was just a happy coincidence. They were Bob Rossing that shit. Yes, I saw Trump tweeting a photo of Nicolas Maduro looking dripped up. You know, the Dr. Disrespect, get up, the Latin sweatsuit. Totally normal things, again, just posting ISIS kidnap photos of foreign leaders from the president's personal Twitter account. Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska warns that if the U.S. continues control over Venezuela's oil fields after already moving into Guyana, it could end up overseeing more than half the world's reserves. In his view, we already see more than half the world's reserves. Okay, most places can't process Venezuelan crude. We're allies with Saudi Arabia. You know, I don't think it's a grand long-term strategy. Also, you couldn't possibly hold oil prices near $50 a barrel, okay? It's going to be driven down whenever OPEC wants to drive it down, and then one day, folks, one day, something is going to happen, and oil prices are not going to be $50 a barrel anymore. That's a promise from me to you, okay? Saudi Arabia can keep that shit running low for as long as they want, but one of these days, it's going to go up. And for a little while, the oil companies are going to be happy. And then they're going to be very, very unhappy. We all will be. If Maduro's in New York, can Mamdani do anything about it? No. Also, he's not in New York right now. He's on the Iwo Jima. But, you know, he'll be there eventually. Exclusive, the Trump admin is asking U.S. oil companies if they're interested in returning to Venezuela once Maduro is toppled, per sources familiar with the discussion. So far, the answer is a hard no. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, it's not profitable for them to even set up there. Not to mention how unstable the fucking region's going to be. Like, can you imagine setting up American extraction in Venezuela right now? A fucking narco state filled with cartels and people who hate your guts? Jesus Christ. Like, imagine if we tried to do that in Iraq, except rather than vaporizing the entire Iraqi government, we just kidnapped Saddam Hussein and left everyone else that he worked with in charge. And then we're like, okay, we're going to set up oil fields now. Yes, sir. Please don't suicide bomb us. Please don't snipe our civilian contractors that we send over here to extract your resources for $250,000 a year. What are they planning on doing with his wife? Who knows? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Trump announces U.S. interim government in Venezuela. Yeah, we just saw it. We just saw him say that. All right, I need to send this off to my editors. 1 second. We're not done. Just like Jesus fucking Christ. Did we finish the speech? We'll get back to it. We got to the important part. There is nothing in the speech that could possibly be more important than Trump saying that we are now running Venezuela. That is like far and away the most important fucking thing that he said. Nothing else comes close. But sure, let's listen to Pete Hegseth slur it out.
Now a border. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other, the bravery
for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the President said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has.
Why are they so quiet?
American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men, and I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the President said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. and deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back.
Jesus fucking
I'd like to welcome
Christ.
now our Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation.
Remembering what I said yesterday about how 60 years ago, literally any politician or newsman could lap the ones from today. Everyone is so much fucking stupid. Can you imagine, like, reading this in the history books? Oh yeah, here's a transcript of Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's speech after the seizure of President Maduro. They effed around and they found out. Like, it's a fucking joke, you know? It's like written by and for 8th graders.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States, and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice 2 indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd, and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again.
Okay.
Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists. And we could not have done this.
What's happening? Do we steal a president?
The incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint.
It's cool how he's talking about this like he pulled off a sick fucking baking recipe or something. Like, I understand that he's just the brass, right? Like, he's not in charge of strategic decision making, but it's literally just like, we did such a good job with the war crime. We did such a great job with it, you know? Hey everyone, look at how good we did it. Look, we destroyed rules-based international order so effectively. Do you think they notified allies? Fuck no. Dog, they didn't even notify Congress. After we started randomly killing civilians off the coast of Venezuela, other like allied nations dropped sharing intel data with us. They don't want that smoke. They don't want to be involved with us.
Justice. And as the president said, urgency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected from aircraft, were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s.
It was Russia that destroyed rules-based international order? Nope. Because listen, the law is not destroyed when the criminal breaks it, okay? The law is destroyed when the policeman breaks it. America was the pillar of the post-Cold War rules-based international order. We were the ones repping it. The UN was our institution. We were the ones pushing for it. Nobody was looking to Russia for the the legitimacy of the rules-based international order. The invasion of Ukraine was pretty shocking, but it didn't like challenge people's priors about Putin. This though,
where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element.
But Iraq was blatant? Not as blatant as this, man. Like, the Iraq War was something... The United States pushed for the Iraq War for a year, lied extensively to the people and to the United Nations. We got a coalition to go there. Like, the Iraq War... we were not the only nation to invade Iraq. We just unilaterally kidnapped Maduro, you know? This is fucking insane. The lack of pretense is what's shocking. Exactly.
Force while apprehending the indicted
Even
persons.
Russia made up a pretense.
On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was...
I can't listen to this fucking guy. Are you fucking kidding me, dog? Our attack helicopters had no choice but to vaporize the Venezuelan military installation in self-defense. The country we were invading. Didn't Trump start this war because Rubio convinced him Maduro helped rig the 2020 election? That's probably part of it, but Trump wanted to do this back in his first term, too. Remember Guaido? This shit fucking sucks, man. Oh my god. IDF pretense. Yeah, where's that bit of Maria fucking saying she'll move the capital to Tel Aviv? Oh, I'll find it. Not the capital, the embassy.
In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong.
Okay.
Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world.
That's great.
I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness.
I found it. Here's the lady we're ostensibly replacing Maduro with.
I would like to thank Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
I promise we one day will have a close relationship between Venezuela and Israel.
I myself look forward to visit the State of Israel as soon as we conquer freedom. We will prevail.
And I can announce this, that our government will move our Israeli embassy to Jerusalem.
God, that's so fucking evil, man.
Prepared to project power defend themselves and our interests in the region. This
now, it's insane. Is she? Points. Oh, here we go. Is she Israeli or Venezuelan? All evil people are Israeli in their hearts.
And peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude.
Israel is a demon country made up of the worst elements of the United States. It unites all evil people.
Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas
He
Maduro
is
was
bricked
indicted
up right
in
now.
2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice.
It's not just us saying it. It's also other U.S. presidents saying it. Also, the European Union and economic trading bloc doesn't recognize him, and some other countries.
With a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million.
Plus, he's wanted for crimes from us. And there's a bounty on his head that we put there. The whole world wants him arrested, basically.
And we should make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games.
See, Marco Rubio is spiritually a neocon, so he's still doing the thing where he pretends this is justified. Which is why he looked kind of off when Trump just said 3 times in a row, this is for oil and also we control Venezuela now, He's like, we're really concerned about, like, law, and also he was a bad leader, and this, like, needed to happen, and Trump's like, meh.
This time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States. And the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead, he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba?
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars.
Immediately, just no prompting from the journalist. Immediately, the oil infrastructure. Fuck, man. Everyone knew Iraq was at least in part about oil, but they didn't talk about oil nearly as much as he is. Holy shit, just no fucking prompting.
It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid.
What?
And
we're subsidizing them? We're going to pay ExxonMobil? Oh my God. Oh Oh my God. Well, we talked to the leaders of all the oil companies, and they said they weren't interested in drilling up shitty fucking Venezuelan crude. So we said, what if we sweetened the pot and paid you to do it? What if we not only did regime change for you, we also fucking funneled taxpayer dollars to you as well? Dude, our country's gonna collapse within a decade, man. Are you fucking, this is fucking insane. This is what, like, this is making the Iraq war look like the pinnacle of financial restraint, you know? An entire, like, decade-long, more than a decade-long period of every fucking pencil the Department of Defense purchased being like $17 or whatever. It's nothing compared to this. We're going to be hyper bankrupt. We're going to have to cart around the $1 billion bills in wheelbarrows to take them to our fireplaces to burn it for warmth in the winter.
To get the oil flowing the way it
Yeah,
should.
look at Marco Rubio's face. Look at his fucking face, dog.
Companies directly, they will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President.
No answer to the question, by the way. Like, he basically just implied that ExxonMobil is going to run Venezuela. He was asked who's running Venezuela, and he said, yeah, we're going to pay oil companies to go there.
Mr. President.
Does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground.
Did he just fucking shrug?
So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody.
The oil companies. You're referring to the oil companies. Okay, let's put on our thinking caps for a second. The fact that he's not giving any specific information means that he has very little information to work off of, okay? Because he's a fucking blabbermouth, right? My guess, the fact that he isn't naming Maria here, Maria Corchado, means that she might not even be part of this plan. It seems more likely to me that she is powerless, and they've cut a deal with the brass over in Venezuela to secure Maduro's extradition in exchange for some kind of agreement with them. And the reason he doesn't want to acknowledge that publicly is because he hasn't been told that. And the reason he hasn't been told that is because it would look bad if we said, yeah, we replaced Maduro with one of his narco generals, you know? Like, the plan here is probably really ramshackle, and they're not filling him in on all of it, because if they did, he would just say it.
It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Oh, okay.
What's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, you know, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world.
The weave.
And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be.
To be clear, there is no mechanism by which the American government can run Venezuela. It doesn't matter what agreement we've made with any Venezuelan general or whatever. There is no accountability mechanism that would allow the White House to directly control Venezuela. We don't have the trust or the connections. We don't have the resources. We don't have the mechanisms for ensuring they comply with our requests. We have at best, like, yeah, basically colonized them. Like, we have forced their brass into subservience. But I doubt that means we're directly in charge. They've probably made a promise to, like, a very ambitious underling of Maduro. They've charged his wife and his son, so neither of them are like the next ones up. I don't know if they're talking about the VP or some cartel leader. Yeah, it's like a vassalage, basically.
We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Mr. President.
Imagine being a Venezuelan expat and being like, this will make things better in my home country. Imagine looking at this and thinking things are about to improve.
Rubio would be...
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a...
What?
Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation.
Oh, okay. He's referring to the VP. I forgot. The VP of Venezuela is a woman. I thought he was referring to Maria for a second. I thought he was saying Corchado was picked by Maduro and just got sworn. I was okay. Yeah, sorry. I forgot women could be VPs too. Maybe I'm a bad person.
Conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, so Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, you said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is
Well,
about
he
that.
has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President,
did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
If I can add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming.
Mr. President.
But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakage.
Mr. President.
You were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. The safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. People were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was
How was there not even a firefight? There was a firefight. It's just it's U.S. Special Forces. Our guys are pretty competent, The average Venezuelan presidential bodyguard is literally probably just a favored fucking capo of one of the cartel lords. Like, where the degree of corruption and incompetence in the Venezuelan government is there's just no comparison, right?
To get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up and about 47, I think 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where's Maduro going to be?
Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision
Well, that's
making?
why we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me,
I'm built
we've had
different.
a perfect track record of
You forgot, I'm him.
We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East.
New York
because of
Mamdani
that.
can do the
If you
funniest thing.
didn't-
Are you suggesting Mamdani used the New York City Police Department to storm a federal detention center in the Southern District of New York and liberate Maduro and send him off? No, I'm afraid that the municipal government of New York does not in fact have authority over the federal court system that just happens to be located in the Southern District of New York. As funny as that would be.
we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted.
Their oil
it's
infrastructure,
actually very
yeah.
dangerous. It's blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a
Oh
very
my God.
dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when
Well,
it comes to the
in terms
oil
of
and
China
drugs?
and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to sell.
There's just no effort being put into any other possible. Are the Venezuelan people watching this? Do they see how we're talking about this? Again, we're not. This isn't about the oil. We have oil here. It's not about the oil.
We're not gonna, in other words, we'll be selling oil. Probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad.
Yeah, that's exactly what oil companies want right now. A higher volume of oil on the market to lower the price further. Yeah, that's what every oil company wants, is for us to do more of what OPEC has been doing, like driving the price down. That's it's genius. Why wouldn't they want to do that?
So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now. But I would say...
I'm not sure if you guys understand. This is about the oil. I just want to make sure allow me now for the 17th time in the same fucking press conference to reiterate, in case anyone is not understanding what this is about.
Any more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that...
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course,
thank you for your oil.
Population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're
troops
going to be
to
a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, what's being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans
Well, right now they're
rescued
very
last
protected
night?
because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago.
And what can you
okay,
say
wait,
about
behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it.
Mr. President, on oil?
Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation.
Rubio's getting a chub.
Badly failing nation.
He's getting
and
another chub.
The people of, it's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, they basically, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems of Venezuela
it's like fucking Avengers, dog. Oh yeah, we just took down Thanos, but double Thanos is right around or Loki or whatever the fuck. However, the power scaling. No. Cuba was pulling the strings the entire time. You see, Maduro had Cuban bodyguards. It couldn't be because Cuba and Venezuela are both united in that they're nominally socialist and oppose the American regime, and it couldn't be the fact that many dictators have historically had foreign bodyguards because it makes it more difficult for local powers to convince them to turn against the person who bought them. But no, it's got to be some Thanos shit,
They have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least.
Holy shit. Cuba, you got to get nukes now. You need to... Is it too late to complete the Cuban Missile Crisis transfer? Russia, can you, like really quickly send a few over? Before we have time to get a blockade going?
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an
The answer is yes.
Mr. President.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Dude, she's getting left out. She's getting iced. That's so fucking funny. She dedicates her entire life to facilitating U.S. regime change so she can be a good fucking slave to the new establishment, and then it finally happens. We orchestrate regime change, and she's nowhere to be found.
How many hesitations about Machado as the next leader? On Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the.
Get fucked.
Respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything.
So the U.S. isn't going to dedicate any money to.
Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies.
Do economists have a technical term for double bankrupt? Does anyone, is there what happens here? He didn't say no. I can't believe it, man. His approval ratings are already in the toilet, and he's just straight up like, yeah, I think we're doing nation building again. We'll be there for a couple of years. Don't worry. We'll also be reimbursing oil companies. There are no economists anymore. They all killed themselves. That's fair.
All over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be. It's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. Do you
think the admin does all this on the weekend to ensure Trump does not just trigger the big recession while the markets are open? Yes, absolutely, 100%. They did this Friday night to keep the oil futures from fluctuating like crazy. No, it's for insider trading. That too. It is for market reasons. It is for financial reasons. They did this on a Friday night.
It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, U.S. military. Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the U.S.
Well, I don't want to get into the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
Mr. President, can you explain, you said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted on many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Mr. President, you referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of...
I think I could convince Donald Trump to give Maduro a pardon. Give him like a week to forget everything that's happened today. I feel like I could convince him.
And this up. Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
Well, no, we're going to have...
He has already said he does not mind boots on the ground, and he has already been asked, what if we're there for years? To which his answer was, well, what if we are?
Presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America.
I feel like, I could be wrong on this, but I feel like the British fucking Raj probably put more effort into pretending that they were doing something for the Indian people than this. Like, the fucking candidness with which we're saying, like, yeah, we're there to take their shit, basically, and we're gonna make lots of money from it, which we're not, by the way, but, oh my God.
In the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well,
okay.
That's always nice.
You had a
to talk about
phone.
Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then,
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with.
What the fuck?
Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that intelligence.
I thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings.
Yeah, but
that
are
come
you
from
mad
two
at him
places
right
that
now?
are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general, and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long.
First day at standing school.
That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
concerned a rogue Venezuelan general to take over the country.
Can you talk about your conversation with the vice president?
And all of this happened at Mar-a-Lago. Well, this is maybe the most insane thing that has ever happened. I don't know. We're the president of peace. Everyone agrees the Iraq war was a bad idea. Also, we're doing regime change. It's entirely for the oil. No pretense. We're doing nation building. We're going to run the country. Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay. All right. It really is end time stuff. Dying empire stuff. How is MAGA taking this? It's keys jangling. You know they love it. Yes, we have a statement from Hakeem Jeffries, one in which he essentially condones the behavior of the Trump administration. The only thing Hakeem Jeffries has a problem with, as I predicted, is that he and the rest of Congress were not keyed in on this illegal kidnapping. The Trump administration has not sought congressional authorization for the use of military force and failed to properly notify Congress in advance. The statement opens with Nicolas Maduro is a criminal and authoritarian dictator who's oppressed the people of Venezuela for years. He is not the legitimate head of the government. So, yeah. That fucking bum Jeffries. I could have told you he would have done this. The Washington Post editorial board has come out in favor of the Venezuelan operation. Yeah, of course. They all will. The entire media class will. Everyone. All of them will. For the exact same reason they did the same thing with the Iraq war. This is the EU president's statement on what just happened, right? Left is on Russia. Ursula von der Leyen. Following closely the situation in Venezuela, we stand by the people of Venezuela and support a peaceful and democratic transition. Yeah. Everyone will bow to us. There will be no meaningful opposition. Everyone is cucked all the time. Yeah, here's the article from half a month ago, which is also 2 weeks ago, on how oil companies aren't even interested in Venezuelan oil. What else do I have in the tabs list before we look at new things? This dumb bitch getting iced out from the transition is so fucking funny. Like this, she sold her soul out to the American empire and it got nothing for it.
And this is amazing, super exciting for me. We will open Venezuela for foreign investment. I am talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity, not only in oil and gas, which is huge, and you know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies, but also in mining, in gold, in infrastructure, power. We have our grid right now has a 17 gigawatt opportunity of energy potential that needs to be rehabbed. Certainly for technology and AI and tourism. You know,
she looks demonic. They all are. They're all demons. It's one ruling class, and they're all demons, and that's why they look like that. That's why she looks like Erica Kirk.
Venezuela has 2,800 kilometers of pristine Caribbean coastline ready to be developed. So this is going to be huge. We will bring rule of law. We will open markets. We will have security for foreign investment and a transparent, massive privatization program that is waiting for you.
It's never been this open, man. I cannot think of. We've never cared so less. It's so fitting, like in the spirit of overwhelming nihilism, where everyone's strategy for the future is give up more performatively than anyone has ever given up before, right? Like, sure, the White House Twitter accounts will just post open Nazi propaganda 24/7, like unambiguous Nazi propaganda. Why not, right? Like, who cares? No one cares. There are no consequences for anything. I don't know. Oh, as long as we're talking about the deep state.
I created a new, in addition to my work leading the Israel public policy team, I created a new role specifically focused on the Jewish diaspora. It is a privilege to represent Meta to Jewish communities worldwide. I am proud that Meta's commitment to addressing anti-Semitism on our platforms has remained steadfast, especially after October 7th. Our policies are industry-leading in protecting Jewish people and Israelis on our platforms. Our community standards include policies that prevent harassment, violence, and incitement, and include a robust framework to combat anti-Semitism. Our hateful conduct policy includes specific protections for Israelis and Jews. We banned Holocaust denial and distortion back in 2020. We changed industry thinking on this issue, designating denial as hate speech rather than misinformation. It wasn't just about facts, it was about protecting people from harmful conduct. We banned content with harmful stereotypes about Jews, such as the claim that Jews run the world or other major institutions. We updated our policies to recognize that the term Zionist can be used as a proxy for Jews and Israelis. We banned content claiming Zionists run the world or control the media, and we do not allow for dehumanizing comparisons of Zionists. It's a delicate balance between safety and expression. My role is to ensure that the voices of Israelis and the Jewish community are heard in this policy-making process.
Super normal for Meta to have a public policy director for the Jewish diaspora in Israel specifically, by the way. Didn't they roll all this back? No? Are you kidding? They rolled back wokeness on everything but Israel. I mean, like, a lot of what she said sounded fine. Like, obviously, Holocaust denial is hate speech. And then right at the end, she's like, and we've made it, we've determined that it's hate speech to say Zionists control the media in the world when they objectively do. It's just a fact that they do. Like, Zionists 100% control American media. That's not even that's not even remotely controversial, you know? Sorry. It's all the same deep state, you know?
It's 9 a.m. on the East.
Seen the
is expected to hold a news conference from Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. this morning. But first, he joins us now by phone. And let's get right to the President of the United States, Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning.
So you've had quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real military people that there's no other country on earth that can do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, you know, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing, an amazing job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room. We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals, and they knew everything that was happening, and it was very complex, extremely complex, the whole maneuver, the landings, the number of aircraft, which were massive number.
Okay.
Florida and out in the field in Venezuela. And it was amazing to see the professionalism, the quality of leadership.
Really invite chaos. And this military operation clearly sends a message to our adversaries around the world, China, Iran, Russia, that we are no longer the weak administration that we had for 4 years under former President Biden, who tolerated narco-terrorism. What is next for the United States and Venezuela?
Well, we're very strong, and very importantly, if you look at drugs through the oceans, through the seas, they're down 97%. That's the boats. It's sort of related to this, as you know. The drugs are way down, and it's getting very, very tough. It's a whole different look. We have a whole different country. We have a country now that's respected. We have a country. I built the military in my first term, and they gave a little chunk of it away, but it was a lot. But it was a little chunk relative to what we built. But they gave it to Afghanistan so stupidly. It was one of the. Compare this to Afghanistan, where we were a laughing stock all over the world. We're not a laughing stock anymore. No, we have the greatest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment, military equipment in the world by far. And you had to see this in real time. You had to see this, the professionalism and the and importance. I wonder how it's going to be rated, but knocking out the nuclear power of, think of it, they were ready. They were within 2 months. They would have been a nuclear power. And comparing that to this, in a certain...
Gonna assume he's talking about Iran there and not Venezuela, though it'd be pretty funny.
Why did you decide to do this morning?
Are you talking about calling you people or the chat?
No, taking out
I'm not sure.
Maduro.
I'm not sure which is worse. If you want to know the truth, I'm calling you. I haven't spoken to anybody else because Charlie Hurd has been a great friend of mine for a long time. He was with me when it was not fashionable, and those are the people I like. He was with me, Charlie, when it was not at all fashionable. So that's the reason I'm doing this. And your show is great. You're doing a great job. What a good team.
But I meant, why did you make the decision to take out Maduro this morning? And what was Maduro doing when our guys came in on him?
So we were going to do this 4 days ago, but the weather was not perfect. The weather has to be perfect. And we had just the perfect weather. We had, very good. A little bit few more clouds than we thought, but it was good. We waited 4 days. We were going to do this 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And then all of a sudden it opened up and we said go. And I'll tell you, it was just amazing. And what was he doing? He was in a very highly guarded, like a fortress, actually. He was in a fortress. That we had nobody killed was amazing. I think we had nobody killed, I have to say, because a couple of guys were hit.
Pretty sure we killed people.
They came back, and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape. But that we had nobody killed, that we lost no aircraft. Everything came back. We got it all back. One of them was hit pretty hard, but a helicopter, but we got it back. But it just was the right time to do it. We had to do it because it's a war. We're losing 300,000 people a year. We don't lose that much in a war, okay, if you look. And we had to do it. We're being killed through drugs. And what they did to our country, destroyed our country. If we didn't get
drug boats, you've also cracked down on the...
I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm losing my goddamn mind. I haven't been losing my mind this much as a consequence of the news in quite a while. I'm losing my fucking mind, man. Jesus Christ. Trump aura farming on Truth Social right now. I don't again, like it it really undercuts my job, I guess. I don't know what analysis there is. Like, normally what I would be doing here is I'd be like, it's about the oil, but they said it's about the oil. So what do I add to that? Yeah, damn, that's crazy, I guess. The president just admitted that he's interested both in boots on the ground and in years-long nation building, something the American people do not want, things that we absolutely do not want at all. Marco Rubio threatened to do this to Cuba next. Yes, he also threatened Mexico. That's true. Welcome to the resistance, Marie Le Pen. Gotta say, really not boding well for the future of the world that, like, people like her, Marjorie Taylor Greene, some of the loudest opposition to Trump's behavior is coming from, like, the far right, you know? What has Starmer said about this? People said he's pissed, but he was withholding a statement until, like, just a few hours ago. Graham Plattner taking advantage of this?
This morning, seeing the insane news that's coming out of Venezuela. The government of the United States has illegally invaded a sovereign country and kidnapped its leader. That is what's happened. This is international gangsterism. That's what this is. There are going to be people in the American political space, frankly, probably on both sides of the aisle, trying to convince us all that somehow this was justified. It isn't. Not at all. Our behavior against Venezuela over the past few months has been illegal. None of this has been authorized by Congress. None of this is being done in accordance with international law. Quite frankly, we're doing this because Donald Trump is afraid of what's in the Epstein files, and they want us focused on something else. That's what's going on. Just a month ago, there was a vote in the Senate that would have...
Why do we not like Plattner again? We do like Plattner, entirely because of the Totem Kampf tattoo.
Required congressional input on any military action against Venezuela. It got voted down. Susan Collins is one of the people that voted against it and killed that resolution. That would have stopped this from happening. So over the next couple weeks, wherever this goes, just understand that this is a failure of the American political system. This is an absolute failure of our government. We are allowing an out-of-control rogue presidency invade foreign nations and...
All right, I can only take... I support his candidacy or whatever, but I can only take so much of the corpse husband vocal fry.
Welcome.
Hi.
What is your reaction to this precision operation to remove a dictator from Venezuela and his wife and to bring them here to the U.S. for criminal prosecution?
Well, you said it right there, criminal prosecution. That's really the driving force here. But look, I think what these folks need to understand is we've got a president here that's not screwing around. And I've been watching and for almost my entire time in Congress and waiting for some leadership in the Western Hemisphere. And by gosh, we have it now with President Trump. This is exactly what the Western Hemisphere neighborhood needs. This is what it's going to take to secure the Western Hemisphere, and this is what it's going to take to make America great again, because you can't do it with you can't be the best house in a bad neighborhood. You need to secure the neighborhood.
Pretty clear.
I guess we'll see how the polling numbers run with this. You know, I mean, like, I'm sure MAGA is going to be delighted by the show of power to begin with, but then, you know, American servicemen and military contractors are going to start getting killed in Venezuela. I feel like that's going to drop the approval rating. I don't know. I expect a bump in the short term, though.
matters of important foreign relations and dealings, but not specific crimes that the U.S. would have interest in indicting someone for in the Southern District of New York. And so that's one of the things, as this continues to play out in the weeks and months to come, Tom, that I think that you will see exploited by a zealous defense attorney.
And then we heard something that was interesting in the news conference when it comes to the legal angle on all this. There were 2 indictments. There's one in New York now. There was one in the Southern District of Florida as well. And I think the president or Secretary of State Marco Rubio said something about they'll figure out where this ends up or where it goes.
Yeah.
We've heard that Maduro's headed to New York, but we don't know which court this ends up in.
I think it's pretty clear that this starts in
Southern
New York,
District of
Tom,
New York.
because that's the hook that they're using in the indictment that we saw unsealed today. They're casting this as a superseding indictment because obviously his wife and his son have now been indicted. Some other defendants were dropped. The charges are essentially the same in terms of the narco drug trafficking and the conspiracy charges. You did hear the president suggest that Florida could be a potential hook here down the line, and we've seen multi-jurisdiction cases happen like this in the past. That's not unusual, but he's going to have a first stop somewhere, and that first stop appears to be in New York, Tom.
All right, Laura Jarrett, we thank you for your analysis there. I want to bring in Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, we were watching this news conference.
I wonder how this is going to affect the World Cup.
Together, going back and forth with our notes about what we had just heard and what the president was saying. It sounds like regime change, but it also sounds like he's working with the government that he just took over. A bit confusing at times, but from
that's regime change.
The president's words, the current president now, Delcy Rodriguez, who was the vice president under Maduro, we heard Jose Diaz-Balart just report she is not Maduro light. She is just like Maduro, a student of Hugo Chavez, a socialist. She's now in power, but apparently working with our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And Richard, you know, we have to think she's just seen what's occurred over less than 24 hours in her country. Her boss was just taken in handcuffs from his compound, along with his wife, charged with being narco-terrorists. She's got to be living in fear right now of what's going to happen to her. According to the president, she's playing ball, but in public, she's denouncing everything she just saw.
So, Tom, you're right. We were talking throughout this speech, exchanging notes and pointing out some of the inherent contradictions or inherent challenges of what President Trump is saying. He says quite clearly, and he said it numerous times, that the United States, that he and his administration specifically will be the ones running Venezuela, that he will be in charge, that the people behind him will be in charge. But he said that there may be boots on the ground, but there might not be, that military action might not be necessary, that there could be a second strike, but that he hopes it's not necessary. So he's not talking specifically about a reoccupation of the country or an occupation of the country by American troops. There are roughly 15,000 American troops currently deployed with their guns trained toward Venezuela. That is an enormous amount of firepower, but it is certainly not enough to occupy a country. There were about 100,000 troops in Iraq, and Iraq still went into civil war. So you couldn't control Venezuela with American service members, even highly trained Delta forces on the ground with 15,000. You would need far more than that. The country is this 1.5 times the size of Texas. It is a big country, very inaccessible in some areas. But he did say that he would run it through some sort of to use a phrase that is often used in politics, a puppet regime. He didn't say exactly who would be in charge, but that those details are still being worked out, but that his administration would effectively be running the show from behind the scenes, and that the oil industry would have
behind the scenes, as if this administration is capable of doing anything covertly.
A free hand to extract oil there and get reparations for oil facilities that were nationalized in the past. So we've talked a lot tonight, Tom, about what happens inside Venezuela going forward and how uncertain it is, and whether this is going to be a success, whether there will be some sort of...
see these media puppets still moderating their language, as though the president didn't just say, boots on the ground, nation-building regime change, we're doing it for the oil companies, like straightforwardly, eyes locked onto the camera 5 times in a row. You know? Like, what is there here? What is there to analyze?
Prime Minister, have you spoken to Donald Trump about what's happened in Venezuela?
No, I haven't, and it's obviously a fast-moving situation, and we need to establish all the facts. What I can say is that the UK was not involved in any way in this operation, and as you'd expect, we're focusing on British nationals in Venezuela and working very closely with our embassy. And so I will want to talk to the President, I will want to talk to allies, but at the moment, I think we need to establish the facts. I think President Trump is doing a press conference later, so hopefully more information will come out then.
What is clear, though, which the White House has said, is that America carried out strikes on Venezuela and captured their leader, Maduro. Some politicians in this country have already condemned that. Do you?
Well, I want to establish the facts first. I want to speak to President Trump. I want to speak to allies. As I say, I can be absolutely clear that we were not involved in that. And as you know, I always say and believe we should all uphold international law. But I think at this stage, fast-moving situation, let's establish the facts and take it from there.
And just lastly, for people who might have family there, or the small number of Brits in Venezuela, there are some there, it might be a small number, but of course people will be very concerned. What would their advice be?
Yeah, there's about 500 there in Venezuela, and we're working with the embassy to make sure that they are well looked after, safeguarded, and get appropriate advice. So we're working at pace with the embassy on that. It is a small number, but it's an important number. It is about 500, so that's what we're doing there.
Trump said it himself openly. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like Trump can just look directly at the camera and say, "I am evil and I'm doing this for evil reasons," and every fucking media, complicit media stooge and the Western ally will just pretend he didn't say it. From Mamdani. I was briefed this morning on the U.S. military capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, as well as their planned imprisonment in federal custody here in New York City. Unilaterally attacking a sovereign nation is an act of war and a violation of federal and international law. This blatant pursuit of regime change doesn't just affect those abroad, it directly impacts New Yorkers, including tens of thousands of Venezuelans who call the city home. My focus is their safety and the safety of every New Yorker, and my administration will continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Yeah, not really much you can do here except issue condemnation. I mean, it's not really his not his monkeys, not his circus, you know. At least he's saying something. Yeah, I mean, we had a feeling. Ro Khanna has condemned the kidnapping. Oh. China's foreign ministry spokesperson speaks. Reading. Oh, boy. Not surprising.
The Democrats, maybe they'll take a shot. They'll take a shot. All they do is complain. They don't talk about, they should say, you know what, we did a great job. We're stopping drugs from coming into this country. And nobody's been able to do it until we came along. But they should say, great job. They shouldn't say, oh, gee, maybe it's not constitutional. The same old stuff that we've been hearing for years and years and years. The Democrats may.
Oh. Man. Well, the Democrats are weak. I mean, honestly, Trump didn't even need to say this because Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer haven't even condemned the fucking attack. Like, he did. The Democrats, they just call this unconstitutional. No, they haven't. They're complicit. They're fine with this. Have Hakeem and Schumer said anything? Hakeem Jeffries has issued a statement saying it was super duper mean of Donald Trump to not let Congress know beforehand, but he has not condemned the actual attack. You should play Genshin Impact on stream despite America. Genshin Impact is spiritually American. Where's the Venezuelan gacha game? Where's Chavez Impact? Where you can play as you can open the loot boxes and play as one of like 57 nearly identical looking hairy men. They're all 5'2". They've got like, you know, cigars and chest hair. Bolivar Impact. That would be fucking good. That would be really good. The only defensible gacha game. Not to leave the topic, the very important topic we're on, but it's kind of fucking crazy how popular gacha games are now, huh? The freemium plague was really just dominated. Like, it replaced MMOs. It used to be the big game in town was like, WoW was huge, right? Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars. You know, but now it feels like it's all gone to gacha. And the MMOs were a lot less bad than the at least with the MMOs, you know what you're paying every month. With the gacha games, it's like, you know, literally gambling. Fucked up. The MMOs actually had good stuff. Yeah. It's because MMOs, because MMOs became gacha games themselves, they're loot box filled. Yeah, but at least you're paying a consistent subscription fee, right? I know that there are microtransactions in MMOs, but there's no comparison to what gacha games do. If you're playing WoW and you want to get stronger, the way you get stronger is by playing the game. In gachas, you can dump like $4,000 on in-game currency to get like a bunch of 5-star 1,000-year-old little girls or whatever with dragon powers. And then like you just run ahead with that, right? You get stronger in gachas by playing too. Don't fucking sass me, buddy. Okay, I'm aware. All right, I'm familiar with how the premium gacha payment model works. You don't need to defend gacha games. Christ. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. Fetterman kissing Trump's ass? Yeah, obviously. What else was he going to do? You should play that horse girl gacha game. You guys do know, I think, that gacha games are actually, like, really evil, right? Like, making it about horse racing girls or whatever doesn't change that. Not even for a bit. They're, like, really, really evil. Dude's the biggest neocon in the Senate. Yeah, Mossad's got HD video of Fetterman fucking kids. It's the only explanation. Oh, man. It's a big enough day that the Associated Press has busted out their headline format. Look at that. Oh, do we have condemnation? Schumer says Trump actions in Venezuela reckless. It was reckless to not ask permission from Congress first. Schumer says the idea that Trump plans to now run Venezuela should strike fear in the heart of all Americans. Schumer said the Trump admin had assured him multiple times it was not pursuing regime change or taking military action in Venezuela, clearly not being straight with Americans. Nice, okay, gotcha. The lowest possible bar. Sorry, I just got here. Did we talk about the Polymarket account that dropped 30K and made 400K in a Maduro bet? Guys, the Polymarket and Kalshi and all those other sites are literally nothing but insider trading. You don't need to, there's no point in talking about it, right? It's open, unregulated gambling where anyone can trade off inside info, you know? It would, like, imagine, it's like gambling on the results of a boxing match, but if it was both illegal and encouraged for players to take the fall in order to like split a cut or whatever. Like, it's insane. What if it was Maduro who did that? Maduro seeing the fleet of U.S. Special Forces Chinooks flying low towards the presidential palace. Quickly, he busts out his phone and starts dumping his entire fucking... That would be pretty good. It's... You gotta get that bail money, but he's got a lot of legal fees he's gonna need to pay. That'd be good. That'd be good. Maybe I'm not opposed to this. That's kind of like a liberatory, you know? It's an emancipatory use of that technology. Hello, River. Ooh. Thoughts and prayers to the girl with the warmest butt in the world right now. My computer is steaming because River has sort of like liquefied and covered the entire top vent of my PC tower with her body. So my computer's struggling to vent heat, and her butt's probably like 165 degrees. All right, I'm being told it's food time. River. Wow. How much cat hair in the fans? It's my GPU fans at this point are probably like 80% cat hair by weight, you know? Hey babe, love you. What charges are even possible to stick in Maduro's trials? I don't know. That's not knowledge anyone has. No one knows that. Brand new account in the poly market, only invested in US going to war with Venezuela and Maduro out by January 31st. That's fucking funny. The Senate is going to vote next week on whether or not to block future military action in Venezuela. It's so fucking stupid, man. Congress does not need to rule on whether or not to block military action. Congress needs to approve military action. It's already illegal. It's not... The Congress is ceding the authority completely. Well. Rubio hints Cuba could be next. Yeah. Canada's nothing statement? Yeah, it doesn't matter. No one will meaningfully oppose this. Let me send this over to the editor. The second segment, I mean. The second half of the press conference. Trump pledges boots on ground, possibly boots on ground in Venezuela. Threatens Cuba next. Okay, let me send that over. God, what a day. What a day. Speaking of gacha, or like games that have a like a kind of an exploitative payment model, you know what I've been enjoying a lot more than Path of Exile 1? Path of Exile 2. The slowed combat really appeals to me. I do kind of hate how like Diablo 1 to Diablo 2 to Diablo 3. Like Diablo 1, you're running around in hell like and then in Diablo 3 you're an infinigod who just like whirlwinds through a legion of demons in like a nanosecond. I do like the combat being given a bit of room to breathe. I feel like things move too fast in the Dark Souls in Elden Ring now, you know. I wish that things were a bit slower like they were in the original Dark Souls. Israel's on the final stages of discussing launching a full-scale ground invasion on Lebanon. Sure, why the fuck not? Why not? I've said this before, but Israel needs perma-war. Like, Israel is now a death state. It is a state that can only exist as long as they are killing people. If things quiet down in the Gaza Strip, they need to kill other people. There is no version of the Israeli state that is not, you know, seeking the blood of others. Israel considering military operation in Lebanon to counter the Hezbollah threat. Undermining Hezbollah's capabilities. Yeah, I need to, one illegal war at a time, okay? One illegal war at a time. I need to... Ugh. God, it's all so fucking depressing. What's this formatting? I translated this from Arabic. Arabic reads right to left. Oh, excuse me. What's the, fuck, I'm blanking on it. What's the, the YouTube channel, the far-right YouTube channel that posts clips? They post clips, like, all the time. Fuck. They're a branch off from a slightly more legitimate, like, financial paper, but the YouTube channel, is, like, super partisan. Forbes breaking news, thank you. I'm glad you were able to help me with that. They tend to post clips really quickly. I want to see if we can get anything from Congress. Or from anyone, I suppose.
Donald Trump has escalated his illegal and dangerous war with Venezuela by bombing the country and taking its president. But under the Constitution, Congress can actually put a stop to this. That's why I'm demanding that we take a vote on a war powers resolution. And if all Democrats stick together and a few Republicans find a spine, we can put an end to this and not put young Americans and troops needlessly at risk in another potentially endless war. Donald Trump says he doesn't like mass migration. Well, then why is he going and instigating regime change?
I feel like this rhetoric is less effective than saying our pedophile president is doing Iraq War 2. He said no new wars. We all make fun of the Iraq War, how it was for oil. He's literally just doing the same thing again, you know? I think, like, you can't be outcome oriented in your criticisms here, because if you are, you're kind of like prompting a discussion that implies that there's some kind of reasoning being offered, but there isn't. Like, they just openly admitted everything, right? You're not engaging with a logical argument.
In a Latin American country, invading countries in Latin America has always caused more mass displacement and mass migration. Donald Trump said—
Hey, love, would you mind getting me some water? This is too big? That's too big. Did you check measurements on the site? Oh, well, how does the fabric feel? Really good? Okay, sweet. We'll take that in for a medium or a small. That's a medium? Yo! Oh, we'll take that in for a small then. Is that really a medium? Huh.
Says he wants to put Americans first, but he says there isn't enough money for our health care, but there is enough money for a war with Venezuela.
It looks
Donald
good.
Trump says he wants peace. Why does he keep on starting wars then? We need to vote on a war powers resolution immediately.
Diablo 2, but my stats and skills are random. Zerfin the Loot Goblin. They could never make me hate you. I don't know why they would. Huh? Okay, I love you. Have a great time.
¡Viva Chávez! ¡Viva Maduro libre!
Those videos don't even go to hell difficulty or play on players 8. Wait, Zarfin does? What the fuck? Zarfin the loot goblin? I literally this morning watched his video. I played with only crafted gear, and he went all the way up to hell on hardcore. He beat this is this is slander. What the fuck?
¡Viva la revolución bolivariana! ¡Viva Cuba! ¡Abajo el imperialismo yanqui! ¡Socialismo! ¡Patria o muerte! ¡Venceremos!
Well, I don't speak Spanish. Text slop. Text slop. You only like it because it's text. Yeah, we just don't have very much right now. Not a lot of people have responded.
La virtud de honor.
This seems nice. No, they're celebrating the ousting of Maduro.
I'm very happy. I can't think straight. I have a lot of mixed feelings. I'm very happy, very excited. It's very intense feelings. We've been waiting for this for 26 years, and it finally happened. I can't believe it. It's a overwhelmness of feelings, but I'm happy. I'm grateful to President Trump and Maria Corina and El Mundo.
Yay. Well, maybe not Maria, right? She's getting iced out. Noticing all these Venezuelans are white.
Happened in Venezuela.
Well, it fills us with hope.
Pero bueno, demos la vueltica para que... Sí. Sí, sí, sí. Hacia acá, por favor.
Can we please not automatically brand opposition as fascist / pro-American? No, come on. I wouldn't give a fuck if these people were celebrating if Maduro was ousted by, like, other Venezuelans, but this was an illegal strike by the United States, and the president is saying, like, yes, we're doing regime change, boots on the ground, nation building, oil, oil, oil. Like, come on, you can't be celebrating this shit.
What do you think about what happened in Venezuela?
Well, it fills us with hope that the regime has started to crack, that Nicolás Maduro, after all his crimes, after stealing the elections last year, is finally out of power and facing justice like he deserves. And Venezuelans, we don't hate. We just want to recover our freedom. So we're here because we're hopeful we can reunite with our families and start a new beginning for our country.
Are you here early morning, no?
Yes, I've been here. Well, I've been awake since 2 a.m. and I couldn't believe it at first. And now we're all here. We're trying to go back to our countries and celebrate with our families. Thank you.
Gracias. Vamos a buscar otro. Hola. Gracias.
We've been waiting for.
What is your name?
My name is Anna.
And what do you think about what happened in Venezuela?
I think it's a miracle. I'm very happy. I can't explain the feeling. It's overwhelming. Me, along many Venezuelans, have been waiting for this for 26 years. I'm so happy. I can't describe it. We've been waiting for this for a long time.
Are you here in
very
early
grateful.
morning?
I've been here since the morning. Yes, I heard the screaming from my apartment. I live 2 blocks away from here. And at first I didn't understand what was going on. And then I started listening to the words that were being chanted. And I got up, got a sweater. I came in pajamas. It's cramped. My husband didn't know what was going on.
Why are they at a gas station? They're in Florida. It's possible there's literally nowhere else for them to organize.
But he came over and then he realized that it was the only thing that could be happening. And we're here.
Thank you so much. Ven, te voy a entrevistar en vertical otra vez, pero espérame un segundo, tengo café.
¿Ahora en venezolano?
Ya va, ¿qué hice con el
Wait, this is Florida? Hold on, these are just expats? Wait, did you think this was Venezuela? Yes, these are American Venezuelans. And judging by the average skin tone, I'm going to guess that these are like the Cuban variety of expat, not the like desperate recent asylum-seeking Venezuelan variety of expat. Party down at the Chevron. Yeah, these people are all excited about Chevron's future stock holdings. You know, once they set up shop and get some American subsidized infrastructure built in Venezuela. That's why they're here. It's topical. Would it be fair to compare them to kulaks? Nope. No connection there. Not really. Dude, this video sucks. Why are you here with the camera if you're not interviewing me? Great. Sorry, I was expecting a little bit more like interview material here. It's 30 minutes and it was like 1 minute of talking to people. Betterment Sports said, I know. I don't know why people keep saying that. Could have intuited that from first principles. All right. We're going to have to wait a little bit for more information. I wonder how long we have before Maduro is arraigned in New York. Probably going to take a couple of weeks.
Was Congress or any of the committees notified in advance notice of this operation?
Not in advance, and that's probably one reason why it didn't leak over these 4 days.
Silver lining is that Machado was iced out. Funniest timeline is that Machado is so aggrieved at her being iced out of this coup that she continues to lead the resistance, the opposition in Venezuela, and ends up beefing now with the new interim leaders installed by the United States. And the whole thing happens all over again.
As they are waiting for the right weather. But let me just make an analogy here. Again,
Will Maduro go to the same prison that Luigi is in? Insane fanfic potential right there. Orchestrating some prison break shit. With Luigi's wet work skills and Maduro's broader strategic abilities, you know? That would be good. That'd be very good.
Congress isn't notified when the FBI is going to arrest a drug trafficker or a cyber criminal here in the United States, nor should Congress be notified when the executive branch is executing arrests on indicted persons. And that's really what you can make the analogy to here. In fact, the FBI was part of this operation, part of the arrest of Maduro and his wife, who were indicted here in the United States. So Congress doesn't need to be notified every time the executive branch is making an arrest, and that's exactly what happened this morning in Venezuela. And now Maduro is going to come to the United States, and he's going to face justice.
Was Congress or any of the committees notified in advance notice of this operation?
Not in
Is the war over then? What about the rest of the Venezuelan government? It seems like Maduro was ousted as part of a negotiated exit. My guess is that the U.S. government, through our contacts in Venezuela, reached out to some of the cronies around Maduro, and we essentially said, we're coming in to get him. You can decide how hard this is going to be and how many of you are going to die in the process. And they complied. It's also possible that China was aware of this. Chinese diplomats met with Maduro earlier the day of the taking. It makes me wonder if there was some kind of intel provided there, like maybe China forewarned them. Like obviously China has surveillance capabilities that vastly surpass anything Venezuela has. I'm not entirely sure. China might have been in on it. It's possible China realized that America was going to do this no matter what, and China thought that it would be less destructive for us to just get Maduro rather than for us to, like, vaporize the entire capital. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's the degree, the exact, like, play-by-play of how this went down might never be known, but yeah. Does China give a fuck? Nah. What can we do with Maduro now? We can't try him. We stand him. Well, we can try him, but I have to say, I really don't know what precedent there is for trying Maduro in federal court. We're trying him on essentially drug trafficking and conspiracy and possession of a machine gun. Like, like two of the charges that are being levied against him are possession of a machine gun and conspiracy to possess a machine gun. Like, it's given the extraordinary circumstances around this case, there is a non-zero possibility that he might be acquitted for a variety of procedural reasons, let alone like the actual merits of the case, you know? I have no idea. I think there is a very real possibility that Maduro just gets disappeared. Like what happened, the same thing happens to him that happened to bin Laden, you know? They just drop him in the ocean and they're like, oops, you know, he did it himself, whatever. It'd be a lot more convenient than having to actually try him. We might keep him in Gitmo. I mean, I just do not know what a fucking court case here would look like. I have no idea. It's ridiculous. I have no idea. And his wife? Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with her. His son, too. They don't have his son, but he's been indicted as well. They might also release him. It's possible that Trump might be trying to do some more mob boss shit. They might be trying to strong-arm Maduro in some way. That might also explain why he's not saying anything about who the next leader is going to be, or why he's not supporting Maria Corchado, right? It's possible that this is part of some broader scheme to, like, secure complicity within the Venezuelan regime by securing Maduro or promising his return after some unspecified... I have no idea. I don't know. That would be so weird. That'd be so stupid. Yeah, but, like, that doesn't discount it, you know? I have no idea. The only real precedent on this was Noriega. Yeah, but even those circumstances are different. For one, Noriega was considered a prisoner of war, whereas now we're not even acknowledging that this was an act of war. So, okay. Also, like, I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. Noriega did a lot more to directly antagonize the United States than Maduro ever did. Oh, he was released in 2007. Tried in absentia in Panama for crimes committed during his rule. Mm-hmm. Well, if we're following the same pattern, I guess Maduro will die of brain cancer. What's the world going to say when we snatch Colombia's president tomorrow? Dude, what are they going to say when we fucking invade Cuba? Nothing? Yeah, probably.
Last night, overnight, when they saw a window to give the green light and go ahead with these remarkable, remarkable developments. Hallie.
And any clarity, Monica, on
Remarkable. No moral judgment here. It's just cool.
how that unfolded. Injuries, for example, the president suggests that I believe that a helicopter, or at least an aircraft, was hit but flyable, as he put it, in the process of what he called what the defense secretary called exfiltration, which is getting out of Venezuela.
Yeah, we are learning that there were several injuries to U.S. service members here. I'm told by a White House official that they are all in stable and good condition. We are trying to learn more about how many that means, what kinds of injuries, but it does seem it could be related to that helicopter incident that you've referenced, the president mentioning in that news conference. They also specifically spoke to the fact that clearly no U.S. service members were killed, thank goodness, but that also no U.S. equipment was, quote, lost. So while there may have been some damage, as you mentioned there, to some of the aircraft, it's unclear exactly the extent of that. And again, I think in raising this, we also have to ask about what the president didn't rule out and effectively leaned into in that news conference, which is the idea that there could be U.S. boots on the ground in who knows for how long a capacity in Venezuela now with this current
it's just
operation,
extraordinary.
with the fact that the president's saying that we shouldn't be, quote, afraid of boots on the ground, saying that that's something that the U.S. can handle, but giving absolutely no indication how many, how long, and when or whether there will be an end date to that as we talk about the
just
fate
incredible.
of the U.S. service members who were involved in the operation last night and the fate of these potential U.S. service members who could be involved in this prolonged entanglement for some long time to come. Hallie.
Monica Alba live for us there just outside the White House. And Mom, before I let you go, I just want to make a note. If our audience can hear some of the audio behind you, and I think we still have Monica, there are typically protests that are at the sort of out front of the White House at the plaza. It's maybe a block from where the White House sits. Are those related today, Monica, to Venezuela? Are you seeing a gathering crowd here in Washington?
It certainly sounds like it, Hallie, from what I can make out, and this is a growing crowd. This is Lafayette Park, and right in front of it, right in front of the White House, where the public is at times allowed to gather. Sometimes it's shut down for security purposes, but we have been hearing some chants of things like hands off Venezuela, effectively hearing that growing. I think more people are coming to join that with that kind of a message for the president, who, we can remind everybody, is not currently here in Washington. He is still down in Florida until he is set to return tomorrow evening.
Monica Alba watching it all. Mon, thank you very much. I want to go now to Keir Simmons, back to Keir, because Keir, one of the people Monica mentioned is potentially an important player here, obviously, Maria Corina Machado, the opposition leader of Venezuela, fresh off of her Nobel Peace Prize acceptance in Norway. Unclear where she is now, but she has put some communication out already, right, suggesting that the people of Venezuela will hear more from her about essentially the next steps, a direction, if you will, from her. Tell us more about who she is and what else we know.
Well, she's been committed to democracy in Venezuela for a long time. And as you say, she won the Nobel Peace Prize for that ambition. And we've been reporting on these strikes since the early hours of this morning. And it did take some time for her to be to make that statement. But I think that she has been under U.S. protection, and clearly one of the ambitions has been to make sure that she is safe, and that's been an ambition over a sustained period because there's been a risk to her from the Venezuelan regime, from the Maduro regime. Of course, it has been a threat to them. I think the question of whether or not, Hallie, she now becomes well, clearly she is crucial to the future of Venezuela, but what role she plays is a different one because of what we heard President Trump say about Delcy Rodriguez in that news conference, and the fact that Secretary Rubio had a conversation with Delcy Rodriguez, according to President Trump, in which Rodriguez, and remember, Rodriguez being the former vice president, well, still, I guess, the vice president, maybe now the acting president under Maduro. So Rodriguez appears to be the person, just referencing what President Trump himself seemed to say in that news conference. She seems to be the person that the US is talking to at this stage. But listen, this is. We have to just really remind folks, and it bears saying again and again, that we are just hours from the regime change. The regime change just occurred in Venezuela. Maduro was removed. That's happened just hours ago. We know from our experience of these things, of US intervention in other places, that there is exuberance and celebration initially, but that then the hard work begins in terms of how a country should be run, how to replace a regime. And now what
an absurd fucking description of how regime change operations have gone historically. Yeah, that's the play-by-play. That really sums up the effort, huh? At first there's jubilation, but then that's when the hard work begins. That's what happened in, Iraq and Afghanistan.
Trump administration, if you like, learned from Iraq, and is it trying to not simply remove the entire government infrastructure from Venezuela, but is it trying to instead bring about change through that infrastructure, persuade those people in the nuts and bolts of Venezuela, if you like, that they should change sides? That is, I think, an interesting question. But many who know Venezuela well will tell you, Hallie, that these are not solid government machines. That not the government itself nor the opposition. They are weak, and there are multiple factions and leaders within Venezuela. And without going into the detail, inevitably that sets up the risk that there is a battle for power. And in some countries, what you've seen is civil war. We're not there yet. Again, we are just hours from when this strike happened and the regime change happened. And we're going to have to see what happens in the days and weeks and even months ahead.
But already, Keir, the president has fired at least verbal warning shots to some other leaders in the region. You think of the head of Colombia, for example. There was even a reference to Mexico there as it related to specifically drug trafficking, which has long obviously frustrated the president. It's been a priority of his. If you are sitting in Colombia right now, if you're Petra, how seriously are you taking those warnings when the president suggests that he better essentially watch himself after what happened to Maduro?
Oh, I think you're taking it seriously. No question. I mean, that is
no like moral acknowledgement of the insanity. Yeah, Colombia is a U.S. ally. They have been cooperative with us. Just take it seriously, Colombia. No, like, holy shit, the president just threatened regime change to both Cuba and Colombia, and to an extent Mexico.
I think unquestionably one of the impacts of 2025 under President Trump, and now, of course, 2026, is that capitals, leaders are listening. Secretary Rubio said it, didn't he, in that news conference? Message to the world, to the many around the world who like to play games. He didn't say which countries he was referring to or which leaders he was referring to. But I've said already a number of times, Hallie, on our air through today that, for example, the Iranians in Tehran, they have they had a close alliance with Maduro and with the Maduro regime in Venezuela, and they are facing the most significant protests in years in Iran. And they've been told by the Trump administration, if you attack those protesters, we will target you. Now, if you're the supreme leader in Iran right now, you are inevitably saying to yourself, well, hold on, the US is prepared to remove the leader of a sovereign state. What does that mean for me? How far is the Trump administration prepared to go? And it's not just Iran, as you mentioned, a number of countries in Latin America.
The language here is a full endorsement of the Trump administration's behavior, by the way. What they're essentially saying is Trump is succeeding as a strongman. Fuck international order, fuck the law, fuck the Constitution. None of it matters. What matters is that now it worked. If you're Iran, you're scared. Whether or not it actually worked is irrelevant. You know, they're not waiting to see if it worked, quote unquote, whatever it worked means. You know, they're just deciding it ahead of time.
Maybe worrying in a similar way. Certainly, all around the world, there are questions. And while Iran is worrying, China will be watching. And I think that the question of how, keep in mind, China is a naturally very, very cautious government in many ways. And how China, how Beijing is viewing this will be something that people will be picking over. Whether it says to them, just but be careful, because actually you never know what the Trump administration is going to do, or whether they conclude from this, actually, this is a green light for countries to intervene in their own regions, and that's the new world we live in. I mean, these things, we're going to have to wait.
Keir Simmons, Keir, we're glad to have you with us today. Thank you. I know you'll stay close to your camera, but as you hear Keir talk about this warning that was delivered not just by Secretary of State Marco Rubio to other leaders, but by President Trump himself to the region, around the world, I want to play you a little bit of that. Here it is.
All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist Maduro is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free.
I want to bring in now Brian Fonseca, director of the Jack D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy at Florida International University. Brian, thank you so much for being with us and for your patience as we've been in this rolling coverage after these significant developments today.
No, thanks so much for having me.
Let's talk about this warning from President Trump to other leaders and the reaction inside Venezuela. As you have watched this play out, what are your biggest questions moving forward?
I mean, the most important question is what happens next. You heard the president sort of allude to the fact that the United States was going to run Venezuela. I suggest, I think what the president is suggesting there is that the United States is going to exercise incredible influence through its economic sectors as a means of putting pressure on the political, bodies and processes that are going to unfold in Venezuela in the coming, days, weeks, and months. And I think that's what he's suggesting. I think the warning he gave to other leaders is probably targeted particularly at Diaz-Canel in Cuba, Ortega in Nicaragua, as two countries that the United States and certainly Secretary Marco Rubio has his eyes set on affecting some form of change away from dictatorship or autocracies back to democracy, especially in the context of the Western Hemisphere being a priority in American national security thinking.
Why are these people saying washing Trump's vague words? I really, really, really hope that in the future people take a more critical eye to this than they did with the Iraq War, because the mainstream narrative with the Iraq War was still, and with the Vietnam War, was still like, and then, for some reason, everyone in media just fell in line with the Bush administration. Like, for this administration that was not taken tremendously seriously beforehand, that many people in mainstream media were critical of, mocked, whatever else, suddenly, all at once, they all fell in line in time for the invasion of Iraq. And I don't think that's a very credible explanation for what happened. I think that there are systems of legitimization and rationalization that are very powerful in American media. I think that they're expected to do this. I think that it is a mix of like implicit and overt explicit pressures that basically guarantee that whenever you see an overreach like this, they all fall in line, just like that, and you see all the sane washing, all the rationalization. They don't need to wait and see if it worked. They'll say that it worked. They will not criticize the president for this. They will not criticize U.S. power.
Right now.
The other piece of this, too, is the leadership in Venezuela moving forward. That's critical to this. And we've talked about how the president has suggested there will be, obviously, American leadership and involvement. He didn't put a timeline on it. He said until there is some kind of a safe transition. But when pressed about that, suggested he would not support new elections in Venezuela, democratic elections in Venezuela, unless and until the oil infrastructure is rebuilt by the United States. And so I think we're looking at a potentially significant period of time. When you hear about Delcy Rodriguez, when the president...
Look at it, like, it's insane. It is such a bad acknowledgement that Republicans have been arguing that Trump would never do this for years. Like, they ran on not doing this, on not having more wars, no more foreign wars, no more foreign intervention. Then the president just straight up does it, admits he's doing it for the worst reason, and the news people won't even acknowledge it. They're just pretending, oh, what an interesting play from the president, you know? What a fascinating development. Just no consideration at all for what it means.
And the Secretary of State invoke her, of course, the vice president who's been sworn in now as president. Secretary of State Rubio having what was described as a lengthy conversation with her. Help us understand what her role could be in any kind of Venezuelan American leadership moving forward for that country.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's brought in to sort of serve as an arbitrator or a broker of transition. I mean, ultimately, you know, the institutions that matter in Venezuela don't have a whole lot of trust for the Democratic opposition that has been sort of in the streets over the last several months, and you know, particularly, you know, people, you know, figures like Maria Machado. And so those institutions, and I'm talking about institutions like the Venezuelan military and Venezuelan security forces, I think those institutions don't trust the opposition, and I think those institutions are critical in any type of transition back to Venezuela in the future. I think what the president may be suggesting there is that Delcy and some other power sharing structure is going to be in place until there's a time in which new elections will be called. And I suspect you could look as far as 18 months out before new elections are called.
Also, look at how they're trying to assign reason to what Trump said. Trump did not answer the question, who is in charge of Venezuela now? He just didn't. He was asked twice directly, and both times all he did was ramble on about oil. Like, he has not given an answer to that. He said, we are, kind of. He said we'd be running things, but like, who's the actual on-point guy in Venezuela? This guy, rather than saying, yeah, Trump didn't say, that's really weird. He wouldn't acknowledge who's in charge. You need to know who's in charge of a country. There, at the very least, needs to be a person who's thought of as being in charge of the country. Is Trump suggesting that the sworn-in vice president, now the interim president, is illegitimate? That she's not actually capable of running things right now? What's happening? But he doesn't ask any of these questions. He's just acting as though it's all a big plan. It's all a big plan.
And then the country has an opportunity to democratically elect its next leader. Until then, it's going to be a power sharing structure that includes Delcy as sort of the head of state, and then U.S. and opposition members sort of in that mix in terms of governing, purging institutions, bringing those institutions back into the rules of the democratic game. And that will sort of maintain until elections are called and again, some type of formal transition back to democracy follows.
And how do you see the role of the United States as almost a kind of, as the president described it, oil broker in Venezuela, if and when that infrastructure is rebuilt, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, the oil sector in Venezuela is the most important economic engine for Venezuela. It's been that way historically. You know, Venezuela has been sitting on, you know, an enormous amount of oil for a very long time. One of the founding members of OPEC in 1960. And yes, the U.S. has been deeply involved in building out Venezuela's energy infrastructure for over a century now. And so Venezuela is one of the big players in oil. And I think the United States is looking to take a dominant position in the Venezuelan oil sector and leverage that position as a means of affecting political influence in Venezuela while also benefiting economically in Venezuela and for the United States as it brokers that sort of, you know, reintroduction of Venezuelan oil into the global oil market.
Before we let you go, I just want to get a sense for you, not just on what's next, but also how you have seen this unfold, because I just have been speaking with an expert, former SDNY prosecutor. Of course, the indictment against Maduro is out of the Southern District of New York, who suggested that based on the reading of this indictment, for somebody this high profile, for somebody in the position of power that Nicolas Maduro has been in, it is likely there were cooperators, insiders, in other words, who were having some kind of a back channel communication with United States officials here. And I wonder, as somebody who's watched this region, who's an expert here and who knows this well, how if that sounds credible to you. Like I said, it seems likely, but give us your sense of that.
Yeah, no, I think it absolutely sounds credible. I mean, I won't say entire ease, right? I mean, this was a very difficult, complex military operation that unfolded. It was a multi-domain operation that included air, sea, land. And so all of those elements, you know, are really sophisticated and complex to pull off. And the fact that the United States was able to go in with relative ease and extract, you know, Maduro in the cover of night, I think there has to be some degree of, you know, engagement that took place in the lead up to that. Just the location of where he was at and the ability to, again, target and get in and out relatively easily, I think it, you know, suggests that there may have been a little bit more to uncover in terms of the, you know, complicitness of other important actors on the ground. And I think, again, this was all about timing. If members of the political or military elite jumped too early and the regime didn't fall, then those people were probably going to end up in prison, if not worse, by, you know, being convicted or prosecuted by the current regime. And I think timing was really critical to all of this. This has been a buildup, by the way, that's been, you know, 6 months in the making, at least in terms of the ability. You know, once the United States decided it was going to start introducing military assets into the region, I think this was always one of the objectives, was to remove Maduro from power and see some form of valley or transition period back to democracy for Venezuela.
It was always the plan. Yeah, the plan to liberate Venezuela. It was all part of the plan. Kidnapping a leader of a sovereign country? Just fuck God Emperor Trump. It's all just falling into place, you know?
As an important country in this hemisphere, not just in the context of, you know, democratic governance, but also in the context of, you know, harboring American adversaries like Russia, China, and Iran, and giving them space to operate in the Western Hemisphere.
Brian Fonseca, thank you so much for your expertise and for joining us during our coverage here on NBC News. Appreciate that. I want to take it back here to Washington and specifically to the building a couple of blocks from where I'm sitting, and that's the United States Capitol. Mel Zanona is there, our congressional correspondent. And while members of Congress are out for the tail end now of this holiday recess, essentially, Mel, their holiday breaks, there has been a lot of reaction from the left, but also from inside the president's own party about what has developed in Venezuela. I know we expect to hear from at least one senator coming up in the next 20 minutes or so, right?
Yeah, that's right. We're expecting to hear from Tim Kaine. That is the Democrat from Virginia. He's expecting to introduce a resolution and force a floor vote as soon as next week that would essentially block additional action in Venezuela without congressional approval. That has been a key part of this debate on Capitol Hill. But similar measures have failed in the past because there's actually very few Republicans who have sided with that idea. For the most part, what we have seen from Republicans is overwhelming support for Trump's actions and the capture of Maduro. And in fact, there were a number of administration officials, including Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth, who have been calling members all morning, all day today, sort of walking them through their justification for this action, which did not receive any authorization from Congress. And in fact, Congress was not even notified prior to these actions taking place, with Secretary Rubio saying this is not the kind of mission you can pre-notify Congress, that it would endanger the operation, endanger the mission. And then President Trump at the press conference stepped in and said Congress tends to leak. We don't want leakers, suggesting that is the reason that they didn't share this very sensitive information with top members of leadership as well as top members of the Intelligence Committee. But the argument that has been made to Republican lawmakers, and it seems to have worked with at least one skeptic, that's Mike Lee of Utah, is that the reason why they didn't need authorization in this case is because they were carrying out a warrant to arrest Maduro. And so any action with the military, any strikes were intended to protect U.S. military personnel, which Republicans, including Mike Lee,
we're never getting a declaration of war ever again, man. It's done. That era, it's done. It's never happening again. The United States will never again be in a war.
Completely falls within Trump's constitutional jurisdiction. Now, that being said, there have been a few Republicans who have come out and said that they disagree with what Trump did here. They think it's unconstitutional. That includes Thomas Massie. And then I think really notable for me, Hallie, was Marjorie Taylor Greene, a former Trump ally who was noticeably split with the president in recent weeks and months. She came out and said, MAGA voted to end forever wars. Boy, were we wrong when we voted for Trump, thinking that this would not happen. And so while there are a few Republicans who are voicing their criticism, by and large, Republicans are standing by them. Democrats, of course, that's a separate question. Like I said, we'll see that war powers vote next week. The question is whether more Republicans will actually join that effort.
It kind of scares me a little bit that most people in America now are growing up in a media environment where they think it's normal for people who present the news to never actually tell you what's right, wrong, correct, or incorrect. Like, that for all newscasters, their only responsibility is to tell you what the opinions are of all the people involved, and then some analyst will come on and give their take, but their take's usually just like a John Madden football play-by-play. It's not morally weighted. It's basically just like, here's what I think is going to go down next, you know? And that's all news. Except for Fox. Fox is the only, like, the right is the only side that gets to have explicit partisan declarations, but anything center or left, there's no actual news. No one believes in news.
So far, though, Hallie, it does not look like that's the case.
Mel Zanona live for us on Capitol Hill. Mel, thank you. And I want to share some breaking news just into our newsroom from our colleagues, Jonathan Dienst and Tom Winter here, that multiple officials briefed on the matter say that Nicolas Maduro is, as we speak, and we knew this, en route back from the Caribbean or from the Caribbean to the United States. He is scheduled to travel to a New York area airport and then be helicoptered to a location in New York City. These officials say he will be processed and then ultimately transported to a jail facility. So as we speak, according to multiple officials talking with NBC News, Nicolas Maduro is on his way to the United States, where he will be booked and then put behind bars, set to face a sweeping indictment, a series of charges from the Southern District of New York related to alleged narco-terrorism and drug trafficking. I want to bring in now our senior national security correspondent, Courtney Kuby. And these developments are moving forward, Courtney, presumably as expected on the part of the Trump administration. And as we heard from officials inside the Trump administration, too, a mission that was not without risk, that was not without peril. And I know you have some new reporting on that front, too.
Yeah, that's right. So one thing that we didn't get an answer to in that extensive press conference from the president, and then the quite a bit of military detail from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, was whether there were any Americans injured. We are now learning that, in fact, there were several American service members who were injured during the course of this operation. They are all in stable condition at this point. But what's really critical here is when officials were talking about there not being any casualties. With the military, a casualty refers to both individuals who were killed or injured. So very critically, there were several who were injured. Now, we also heard from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs during his rundown of what occurred there that there was a U.S. military helicopter that was also damaged during the course of this. There was a gun battle, according to the way that the chairman explained it here, as the U.S., specifically as the U.S. was trying to extract Maduro and his wife out of their compound. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs explaining that the U.S. responded with overwhelming firepower back at whatever the incoming was, and that, again, there was at least one helicopter that was damaged. It was not completely destroyed. It was able to fly back, but now also learning that, in fact, there were several Americans who were injured during the course of this operation, Hallie.
We also heard a remarkable level of detail from President Trump, Courtney, and we have seen this from him in the past when describing military operations, about the way that this process unfolded, including this implication, Court, that the United States had some kind of role in basically blacking out Caracas when this mission was undertaken.
And that really raised my eyebrows, too, because we don't normally hear about this sort of thing. I mean, and there's several different ways. The reality is we know that the U.S. and the U.S. military specifically have these sorts of capabilities. So they have the ability to jam radars and to jam air defense systems to essentially create, as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs explained it, a pathway for this mission that was going in on the ground there. What they want to do is create conditions so it's as safe as possible for the team that's going in to actually grab Nicolas Maduro and his wife, so that they have taken out as many of the possible threats as possible. Now, one way we've seen this with manned aircraft in the past with U.S. military missions, where they will jam the air defenses, but we also know they have the ability through cyber and other means to essentially black out locations. And the president indicating that the U.S. did that. He didn't give them the means in which that happened, but he did say the U.S. did it. Remember, the U.S. also had a number of different aircraft that they've been flowing into the region in recent weeks that have similar capabilities. They have the jammers. They have
like children, just breathlessly detailing. If the Vietnam War was happening now, and I'm sure they did this to some extent, if we dropped a fuck ton of Agent Orange over the jungles of Vietnam, we would have they would be, you know, oh my God, you know, I can't believe Nixon, LBJ, they planned this and they got it done, and oh man, look at what that stuff can do. And we heard about Agent Orange, but we didn't realize how effective it was, and wow, that's so cool. Fucking freaks, fucking deranged piece of shit, demon, whole demon class of people. It's incredible. Oh my God. Marx was right. Having more than $5 in your pocket instantly turns you into Adolf Hitler. Disco Elysium was right. Communism is impaling all people with more than 23 real in their pocket. He did say that. He did. Man. This is so fucking exhausting.
The F-35s and the ability again to create a jam, electronic warfare capabilities. So any one of those, or frankly all of those, could have been used in this case.
The other piece of this, too, Courtney, is the potential of, as you have talked about here and as we've talked about in our coverage, of boots on the ground, U.S. boots on the ground in Venezuela. The president, we know this from having covered the president for a long time, never likes to rule anything in or out. You'll very rarely hear him take something off the table. He did not, in this case, take that off the table, but he went a step further and he said something along the lines of, people are afraid of the phrase, you know, afraid of putting boots on the ground. He said, I don't think we need to be afraid of that, essentially. Help us understand what that might actually look like. Obviously, there is already an American military presence that is in the Caribbean. We know that that's been ramped up over the course of the last 5 or 6 months. These troops would be there to, what, secure oil that the United States would then have a hand in?
So remember, he didn't just talk about boots on the ground, but he said that he didn't rule out, and he even threatened the possibility of a second wave or additional strikes by the U.S. military. He even said that if, in fact, the U.S. were to carry those out, they would be bigger, larger strikes and potentially more targets. I mean, that really, it begs the question of what additional targets the U.S. would need to go after if, in fact, this transition period is going to play out the way that the president explained it, with senior U.S. national security officials in the Trump administration playing a serious major role in actually running the country. But remember what else President Trump has talked about just in recent months, and that is the possibility, officials have talked about the possibility of using the U.S. military to secure locations like potentially critical minerals in Ukraine. Not something that's obviously come to pass, but something that has been discussed in the past. Also protecting other critical infrastructure in other locations. So the fact that the president so emphasized the oil and gas in Venezuela as being a part of the motivation here, you know, talking about the potential for boots on the ground to provide some sort of security, it wouldn't surprise me if that was part of the conversations. No one is telling us that directly, but based on what he said today, it wouldn't surprise me if that was part of the conversations, Hallie.
Courtney Kube, that's super interesting, and we're glad to have you and your expertise, as I know you're continuing to make phone calls, as you have been doing now for the better part of almost coming up, I think, 12 hours. Court, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let me go now to George Solis, who is live for us in South Florida. And, George, I think we have you. I know it's a little bit loud where you are. We have spoken with Jesse Kirsch. We've spoken with you. I know that you're in the thick of it there, as you have Venezuelans gathering now, many of them celebrating the removal of Nicolas Maduro.
Yeah, exactly right, Hallie. We're in Doral, Florida, affectionately known as Dorozuela. This right here, the gathering center.
We're all acknowledging that, like, every decision they are making in coverage here defends the president. This is even worse than Fox News, because Fox News is at least openly partisan, right? You look at Fox News and you know what their side is. But here, they're framing all of it neutrally, not covering any of the negativity, any of the criticism, framing everything he's done as sane, rational, part of a larger plan. Like,
Outside Arepaso, crowds have been coming and going. This party showing no signs of slowing down. Every so often, the music will pick up. You'll hear.
I think that Fox News being openly demonic is less evil than what this is. And by the way, I'm pretty sure this is the same fucking gas station.
People in support, the flags of Venezuela flying here across the crowd. Moments ago, the crowd.
Yep, it is. It's the same gas station. American Venezuelans are so excited by this illegal kidnapping. We have one fucking Floridian gas station protest. That's it. That's what we have. Great.
Chanting in Spanish.
Are we covering the protesters in D.C. saying, like, hands off Venezuela? Nah, why would we do that? Why the fuck would we do that?
The government is over. The government has fallen. That's, again, just a number of chants that we have been hearing about freedom, liberty. I have been to this area numerous times while we've been covering the story of Venezuela, Hallie, and so
freedom,
many people in this
liberty.
community say we have not felt comfortable to step out to speak. Many of them not wanting to show their faces out of fear of concern for their families in Venezuela. Today, a much different story, as so many have gathered here in this community ready to share their excitement. They've told me they have spoken to their family members in Caracas. Some of them saying right now, some of those family members are still getting word of what happened. Some of them saying they are still celebrating privately in their home. Many of them hoping to be able to get to gatherings.
They're all so fucking evil, man. I don't mean the Venezuelan protesters, though I'm sure a lot of them are. I mean, just the media class. I hate them so fucking much. A free, liberated America will see the complete dispossession of these people from power. They will have nothing, all right? We will find the worst remaining Section 8 house. We will bulldoze all Section 8 housing, upgrade their residents to Section 9, keep one building, all right? And that's where we will shove every complicit motherfucker in the media class, okay? We will cram them in there like sardines and make a fucking reality TV show out of their suffering. So that at the very least, they can finally, at last, produce some good television. Gonna have them, they're gonna be packed in a fucking content house, okay? You can have this retard and the bitch we were looking at earlier and fucking Wolf and everyone. They're all gonna be fighting over the leftovers in the fridge.
Streets like this, but that it's just not the time for them. Many of them reacting, of course, to what they say is a regime that has been oppressive. Many of them waiting decades for a change, for freedom in Venezuela. And again, the party here not showing any signs of slowing down. This crowd has only been growing hour by hour. Some of them getting here as early as 3, 4 o'clock this morning as word started to trickle down here. And I've been checking around other businesses in this community. There are just small gatherings and celebrations as far as you can imagine. Again, Doral here, one of the largest populations of Venezuelans in the U.S. And of course, they are making their mark and their voice is heard here today, Hallie. Again, you can see more of the flags here in the distance. Police here also a heavy presence. They are making sure everything here stays orderly. And for the most part, I can say that it has been. And you're seeing some leadership here from Miami and some other council members also arriving here to take part in this celebration. Again, just eclectic. The energy here is only increasing as the hours go by.
And George,
Macron issues a statement in full support of the regime change. Yep. The Venezuelan people are today rid of the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro and can only rejoice at this by seizing power, trampling on fundamental freedoms. Da 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 da. Yep. Ken Martin, the DNC chair, actually with a decent statement. My full statement on Trump's unconstitutional military operations in Venezuela. Trump promised peace, but he has delivered war. Escalated conflict in Venezuela. Unconstitutional illegal strikes. Said the quiet part out loud. This is about regime change. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this actually seems like you know, given the state of the media landscape right now, it's actually pretty fine. It's actually pretty fine.
I know that you had a chance to talk with some of these folks. You've relayed some of those conversations. When you talk about having been in this location previously, and obviously we've been covering the escalating tensions in Venezuela for months now, give us a sense of how different this moment feels than the others you've been there for.
Don't lower your standards. It's a fine statement. I'm not saying I like Ken Martin. I don't, but it's a fine statement.
Yes, I'm just going to step a little bit closer to get away from some of the noise, but the energy is completely different, Hallie. I mean, I got to tell you, we have talked to mothers, to fathers here, asking them to give us a sense of what they were thinking as they saw some of those boat strikes. Some of them saying, we've seen some of these playbooks, we've seen some of this play out before, but truthfully, we don't know if we can trust that this is really going to lead to a regime change. They were waiting, holding their breath, a lot of cautious optimism, a lot of them excited when the opposition leader was in Oslo receiving her Nobel Peace Prize, many saying they wanted Corina Machado to be back in Venezuela. They were hoping that this was all just sort of setting the stage, if you will, for something much larger. And again, now that I'm talking to some of these same people and hearing from some of these voices, many of them not afraid to show their faces, many of them eager to restore their businesses and open their doors and just welcome a change in regime, a change in leadership, many excited for what's next. Some of them telling me they're thinking about their plans to return home to see family they haven't seen in years. Some of them still saying not quite yet, that there's still that cautious optimism, as I mentioned. But again, Hallie, as you hear the sounds here, the echoes of this crowd, there's definitely a sense that, again, the excitement here, again, it's just going to carry on into the
manufacturing consent in an era where not even the White House bothers to manufacture consent. Trump up there saying, yeah, we're doing it for oil, regime change, boots in the ground, we don't care, Exxon money, let's go. And the NBC being like, well, we have to launder this somehow. Look at this 30 Venezuelans at a gas station who are happy. Don't look at any other people who aren't happy.
Into the night here.
A lot of enthusiasm, a lot of activity there in Doral. George Solis, thank you very much for being out there. I know you'll remain out there through the better part of the afternoon as we get more developments, obviously, on Nicolas Maduro being transported now to the United States after that attack on Venezuela and the military helping to bring Maduro into custody, then transported to a U.S. Ship, essentially, and now heading to New York. I want to bring in Professor Alan Weiner, director of the program of international law at Stanford Law School. Professor, thank you so much.
International law, so he's going to unambiguously condemn the objectively illegal kidnapping?
Much for being with us.
Pleasure to be with you.
And let me start with Maduro being taken into custody here. And there have been questions raised around the legality of the United States making a move like that, setting aside, of course, the indictment or considering the indictment for the Southern District of New York. What is your assessment, Professor, of the legality of what the United States has undertaken here?
Well, there are two separate questions. One is it lawful for the United States to indict Maduro for violating provisions of U.S. law? And
yes, of course it's legal to indict people. You can indict people. You're allowed to indict people. Now, what you can do with that indictment is a separate question.
I think that's not controversial. Right. The bigger question is, are we allowed to basically invade other countries in order to capture people who have been indicted under U.S. law? And I think the
no.
answer to that is quite clearly no.
Oh, thank God. Oh my God. It's real. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm in crazy land. You know, my assumption was this guy was going to sit here and be like, no, the Constitution clearly says that you can actually just kidnap people from foreign nations at will. Okay.
This is unquestionably a use of force, and the UN Charter, to which the United States, of course, is a party. In fact, the United States was the leading architect of the United Nations Charter, prohibits states from using force in their international relations against one another, except in self-defense. And there's, I think, no plausible claim here that the United States had a self-defense justification for invading Venezuela.
And I want to put a fine point on that. What has happened is not extradition, Professor, right?
No, extradition would be done pursuant to a treaty, and it would run through the, you'd submit an indictment, and the other country would have a chance to review it. That would be a formal legal process. Now, this would be, this is an abduction.
And those kinds of legal processes play out all the time, right? I mean, we see extraditions all the time in the United States. We rarely see.
Yeah, because those are different. Extraditions are a legal process done with the consent of the nation that is doing the extraditing. But that's not relevant. He isn't a U.S. citizen. A person doesn't have to be a U.S. citizen to be indicted. They don't even have to commit their crimes in the United States. There are, well, it depends, The United States can indict a person in a different country and then demand their extradition. That happens pretty often, And there's nothing wrong with U.S. federal courts indicting Maduro for crimes, and he has committed crimes, and I think there are, legitimate arguments that can be made there. The line is, you can't invade the country to carry out the arrest warrant. That's not allowed.
Obviously, large-scale military operations to take down the leader of another country like this.
Extradition is the normal way that we obtain jurisdiction over a fugitive in a foreign country. Now, no one expects that had we submitted an extradition request to Venezuela, that Maduro, the one to sign off on the paperwork, would have said, yeah, sure, I'll surrender myself.
I'll extradite myself, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, you're totally right in that instance. But when you talk about the international pushback here, what is the enforceability of any of that kind of pushback?
Well, it's limited. I mean, international law, I always tell people, international law is very different from the way that a domestic legal system that's a well-ordered system works. There's no compulsory courts necessarily to resolve disputes. There's no international police force. Now, countries like the United States like this. The reason why the international system is structured the way that it is because we want states to have discretion and sovereignty. It is the case that Venezuela, and this may come as a surprise, is a party to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. So it is conceivable that we will see an investigation.
That's not really a surprise. Most serious countries are, just not the United States.
In the ICC into allegations of aggression by the United States. Normally, though, the way that states enforce international law is through self-help, through reciprocal measures. Think about the way the international community has responded to Russia's invasion of Ukraine with sanctions and isolating Russia from international organizations. The United States has the advantage of being the most powerful country in the world, which enables it to resist that. The question we have to ask is, do we want to live in a world where powerful countries can invade their weaker neighbors? If that's the norm, and that's what the world was like through the 17th and 18th and 19th and early 20th centuries, if that's the norm, we're going to face a global system in which aggression, warfare, military intervention is common. That's why
I like this guy. I appreciate. Yeah, I mean, I think he's got this down pat. Pretty much. Yeah, it's fucking grim. It seems like we're returning to that naked realpolitik era, except without the justifications.
He supported the UN Charter and the idea that states should not be able to invade their neighbors to pursue their foreign policy objectives, as the United States has done here.
Professor, the president
at the very least now, there is literally no argument for China not seizing Taiwan, right? Everything, if we can invade Venezuela and kidnap their leader because he, I don't know, allows cartels to traffic drugs from their country to the United States, what the fuck does that mean? He allows illegal industry? That's okay, sure. Every country to some extent is aware of illicit activity conducted within their borders that negatively affects neighboring nations. China has a way better argument to Taiwan than we did to what we just did, right? From China's perspective, they just have to say Taiwan is their government is the remnant of the opposition faction from the Civil War. They took a bunch of wealth with them to Taiwan. The Civil War never formally ended, so we're finishing it. That's a much cleaner and more legitimate argument than anything that we're pulling off here. We're just openly saying it's for the fucking oil. We're not even pretending to make an argument, How cooked am I? I am in Taiwan. I would say the odds of an invasion of Taiwan have gone up considerably, but are not yet at 50% within the next year. I would say we're looking at 20%. That's my ballpark, 20% chance of an invasion within the next, couple years, I guess. Not necessarily 1 year. But if they're going to do it, they're going to do it under Trump.
you well know, has justified this action, and we heard this from his top cabinet officials as well, by saying that this was a necessary measure in order to protect United States national security. They have made this an argument about the protection of assets and interests here at home domestically. Does that argument hold up in an international court of law?
I don't think it's an argument because it's a claim because there's no evidence to support it. I mean, I spent some time this morning looking at the indictment that has been released against Maduro. Of course, what was the justification for the attacks against the drug boats, which were the precursor to this? Oh my God, the fentanyl crisis causing many deaths in the United States. The fentanyl crisis is a serious one. If you review the indictment that's been issued, the word fentanyl does not appear once in the indictment.
Couldn't a federal judge rule, excuse me, he was illegally arrested and order him released and sent back to Venezuela? It wouldn't be quite that simple. I do think that there are procedural elements to this that Maduro could challenge in a fair, like, federal, like in court, you know? But I don't know how relevant the details of his kidnapping would be to this case. Like, I don't know how much it would bear on the actual charges in the indictment. Sometimes procedural grounds would be enough to throw a case. But I really have no idea. We're in completely fucking unprecedented territory, man. The closest we have is the president of Panama. I don't know enough about, or the junta leader of Panama. I don't know enough about that to really make any direct comparisons.
That's been issued against Maduro. So no, these are not, the fact that you don't like a country, the fact that you have difficult foreign policy relations, the fact that it might be doing things that are harmful to you are not justifications for invading the country and overthrowing them. The law is clear. You can use force against another country only if you have sustained an armed attack in self-defense, and that manifestly is not the case here.
And what about the issue of Venezuela's sovereign oil? In other words, another nation like the United States, and the president has suggested that the U.S. would go in, would rebuild oil infrastructure, would then, it sounds like, almost become a broker for Venezuelan oil. He was asked about, for example, obviously China is a huge buyer of the majority of Venezuelan oil, how that process would unfold. How does that fit into this bigger legal picture here?
It fits poorly, I'm afraid. If the United States puts boots on the ground and takes control of Venezuela, takes military control of Venezuela, we would at that point be an occupying power. And the law is quite clear that when you're an occupying power, that does not give you the right to basically come in and take the assets of another country, to restructure the governance of another structure. You're there basically on a short-term basis to allow a new government to be reinstated and to take control of the country. You know, the idea of taking control of this oil probably runs afoul of an old-standing prohibition in the law of armed conflict that makes it unlawful to engage in pillage. There's another old concept that says when you occupy...
Did you just fart cough? No, that was the State Department releasing the anthrax bomb they planted in NBC's headquarters in case they ever have a knowledgeable guest on.
Another country, you act as a usufruct. It's an old legal term from the early 20th century, but basically it means you're a trustee. You're able to kind of manage these assets for the benefit of the people, not for the benefits of the invading or occupying force.
Professor, thank you so much for being with us and for bringing us your legal expertise at this critical moment, obviously, in American foreign policy. Appreciate your time. On that note, I want to bring in, of course, our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. And Laura, I think there's an important distinction that we want to make here. And my conversations that I've had today with folks who are periphery to the legal piece of this, the SDNY indictment, so that's that sweeping indictment that you have been talking about on the air. It is my understanding, and help us work through this here, that it would certainly be, as Nicolas Maduro, as we speak right now, is on his way, based on multiple officials and the reporting of our colleague Tom Winter, on his way to the United States, to New York, where he will be booked and processed and put behind bars. It would be within his legal right to challenge the way that he was brought into custody in order to face this indictment, Laura, but that is separate and apart from the charges listed in this indictment. In other words, the method of his, let's call it arrest, separate from the process legally that would unfold in the SDNY.
And I think that's a really helpful distinction to make, Hallie, because especially at the press conference, all of the focus on oil and the interest that the United States might have in the Maduro regime, so to speak, is entirely separate from the substance of what line prosecutors in the Southern District of New York.
Wow, that's interesting. It's almost like the charges are a sham that are being used to legally facilitate regime change. That's, how interesting.
Are going to be facing come Monday when they have to go into court and defend these actions, right? And so the substance of the drug and the gun running, that might all be completely legit, and prosecutors may point to the fact that this was brought years ago, and there's some changes here and there, but mostly the same. The situation that is far different than 2020 is the way that he was extracted and the stunning nature that we saw a sovereign power essentially removed in a non-voluntary fashion. And that's where a defense attorney, maybe
removed in a non-voluntary fashion. I wonder if there's a more succinct term for that. What's the term for that? Taking a person illegally, extrajudicially, you know, without, they don't want it, the country they're in doesn't want it. What's the term for that?
to some success, maybe not, could try to find some area to exploit, right? If you can't go after the actual charges, you go after the way the person was apprehended, Hallie. And I think that's the thing that you're going to see play out in the short term.
So play that out, because in the short term, could that not ultimately mean that at some point in the relatively near-ish future, you would have a sitting federal judge needing to make a determination on whether this massive military action taken to remove Maduro from Venezuela was legal or not?
Yes, and that's sort of where this could be headed, Hallie, especially if he manages to have an effective defense attorney who mounts that type of argument and finds a judge that finds this problematic in some way, which, again, you can imagine the sort of response that that's going to receive from this Justice Department and this president. Already, we've seen so many different sort of conflicts, if you will, over executive power and the way that this president has wielded a very expansive view. And we've seen clashes with any number of different federal judges, particularly on issues of immigration, where this comes up again. This is obviously different, and we don't really have a good example of past precedent in history where a similar type of circumstance has played out. We've talked about Noriega a lot this morning, but that was different. And I think this is presenting a really unprecedented opportunity for the courts to weigh in on something that would normally be within Congress's power, or at least arguably the president would say in his power, but not something that a federal court would.
I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen anymore.
It just means, once again, the president is showing that under his so-called leadership, you cannot trust the United States. You know, when I was on the ground in Iraq, our Marine General Mattis, had a saying for the Marine Division. Our motto was "No better friend, no worst enemy." That meant that you took being an ally of the United States Marines seriously. You also took being an enemy of the United States Marines seriously. Our allies could trust us to be by their side. Our enemies could trust us to be against them. Well, we don't know what that means anymore, because Putin is our friend.
Yeah, I long for the days of American transparency, respectability, and you know, decency. You know, like during the Iraq War. Man, this shit's crazy. Fuck these people, man. I'll pundit to the Capitol class. Well, this guy's a congressman. Are you going to actually stream to like 3 p.m. today? You seem crazy tired. I slept for 2.5 hours. I streamed until 2:30, and then I couldn't sleep until like 5 or whatever, and then my alarm was at 7 because I had to stream at 8. Chad Vosh is built different. He's really not, is the thing. He's really not when it comes to being a sleepy, sleepy boy. You streamed last night? Yeah, we started a war. We attacked Venezuela. It was crazy. I was watching TV with my beloved partner, and then I check my my phone, and I have a Twitter notification from someone saying, Vosh, Vosh, you better come take a look at this. Many such cases. So, I don't know, man. I feel like a lot of this fallout is not even going to be apparent until Monday. We're definitely not going to get any, like, meaningful fact-checking or critique from the mainstream media. Let's see. What does Rachel Maddow have to offer?
I want to start first, though, with my colleague Rachel Maddow, host of MS Now's The Rachel Maddow Show. Rachel, thank you for joining us and welcome to the show. You've been following this all morning. What do you make of this? It's a very, very big development in a months-long effort against Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested to hear what the president has to say in his remarks from the White House that are
Liberal
planned for
audio.
just a little under an hour from now. Ali, I feel like in your heart of hearts, when you think about what the United States just did, I think there are very few Americans right now who have any idea why the United States did this.
What a strong condemnation. What do you have to say about this? Well, mainly I just, I think we can all agree it's very, very serious. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm going to shout myself into a fucking cough again. I'm not mad, just disappointed. Yeah. How long are we streaming today? Not long. Also, I can feel my cough rearing up. If I try to talk through that, I'm going to make things worse for myself. I'm going to try to do donos. I might stream later today if any more insane shit happens, but I have a feeling things are going to be quiet for the rest of the day. Come Hike King? No. Are you enjoying the American Century of Humiliation? You're going to love this next part. Knock Knees, Rarbik, and 42069. Thank you for the Tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Wizardry, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Happy to hear you had a good time in Anchorage. Beautiful, beautiful place. God damn. Look at that. Nova Roma 1. Happy to hear you had a good time rallying with Rashida Tlaib. Zara Ashigal, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. House on Hills, thanks to $5. Longtime viewer, first time donating. Thanks to you, I moved to a walkable area in my city of Sacramento. It's no NYC, but I'm pretty much happier and healthier. That's wonderful. There are nice areas to Sacramento. I've been there plenty of times. I've walked about the place, you know. There is only one New York City, but most towns have an area worth walking around, you know? At least past a certain size. Thank you. Deed Saw, thank you for the very kind $10. Really appreciate that. Bull Cypher, thank you for the 10 Tier 1 subs. Not gonna lie, Venezuela becoming the 51st state wasn't on my big 26 bingo card. More like a colonial territory, you know? We're gonna be extracting resources from them like the British Raj. God, it's fucking grim. A used Honda Civic and Bought Our Blood, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate this. Thank you, thank you. Bo Real and Gingerbeard Man, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Vosh, maybe not a good time for this, but Juniper has made shitty pro-Putin and gross Ukraine takes, saying this because I saw you retweet her. Listen, buddy, if you're going to do this, like, respectability, like, how dare you associate with problematic people bit, you really shouldn't be asking me to get involved, okay? Because I may have retweeted Juniper, but you just donated to Vosh. All I'm saying is, when you've passed the mortal coil and your heart's getting weighed against a feather, ooh. Anubis is not going to be impressed, all right? Big Ololo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, I do wonder if they're just going to hold Maduro in indefinite detention. 3 Fat Samurai, thank you for the $5. Very sorry, but your Imager link is not working. But I'm sure it was a lovely cat photo. Moogman, thank you for the 4 tier 1 subs. Thank you, thank you. 3 Fat Samurai, thank you for the additional tier 1 sub. The Madman, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Curvy Driftwood and Knotted Alpaca, thank you for the $5 both. La Vitristo, thank you for the super kind $20.26. Happy 2026 to you as well. So glad I ended up not signing my ROTC contract after the election. Thanks for helping me know the risks of being in the army under this admin. Yeah. Many such cases. Many such cases, you know? Crumbling empire declares regime change war in an effort to shore things up. It goes poorly. Analasco, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Elenita Express, thank you likewise. And Satanic Cabal, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Noah Too Cool for School, thank you for the $5. Any recs for sweatshirts that look good with an OCBD underneath? Job is giving me a $300 reimbursement on anything fitness related like athletic wear. Unironically, the Buck Mason sweatshirt line. One of the guys who works at the Cap Hill location for no, not Cap Hill anymore. The University District location for Buck Mason dresses really well. Has worn often a white OCBD with a gray sweatshirt over it. Looks really fucking good. You basically just want like a trim crew neck, you know, not something that's super baggy. But I recommend those. Worth trying at least. Okay, BV. No, Oxford cloth button down. OCBD. Rodriguez just addressed the nation. Okay, is it in Spanish? Says Maduro is Venezuela's only president. Kidnapping, da-da-da.
Support from the
Waylon, what was your reaction when the news broke?
It was pretty much the same reaction as every Venezuelan in the country and outside. It was first a huge sigh of relief because we have to contextualize things. For people who don't know the politics of Venezuela or the structures of it, Nicolas Maduro was a highly unpopular dictator who stole the election in 2024 in July. This is a proven fact. I'm not saying anything that's outlandish. And the opposition got 64% of the votes, and he got less than 30. So he didn't have a lot of support from the population. So people were very relieved to see him leave. And that was followed by what we saw as what's next, what's happening next, and this feeling that the United States now just left the country and has just left the people in power to sort it out. And that has been very frustrating to see, too. So we really don't know what's going to happen, and people are a little bit afraid.
Do you see this as the end of the regime? What do you think the different scenarios are going forward?
There are many scenarios. Venezuela has already been through these kind of problems. This put us in what we call a power vacuum. This happened in 2002 when President Chavez was overthrown. There was a 48-hour power vacuum. And right now what is happening is that the people that are left in power in the government are trying to consolidate power and trying to enforce through violence and all the rest. So all the command tactics and the black blocs that they have at their behest and the police are on the streets, and they're trying to terrorize the population and keep people in check. So that's being activated. So various scenarios are being displayed. There may be an intrinsic kind of a war inside of the military vying for power and see who comes up on top.
This guy's just making stuff up. It does kind of feel like he's just fucking riffing a little bit, yeah. All right, well, let me check super chats. The power vacuum is real. Yeah, I really, really wonder who our contacts are, down there in Venezuela. You know? Oh man, fuck. There are a lot of super chats because they're also from last night, and every time there's like a big news story, there's a lot of them. I'm gonna have to read these pretty quick. B, Pale Magpie, and Linkle Productions, thank you for the $5 and pounds all. I really appreciate that. Black Rampage 2, Philip H. Chile 2 Feathers. Meta, Wendy, and Chile 2 Feathers again. Thank you for the $2 all. Why won't China help their ally? Why the fuck would China risk a military confrontation with the United States just to keep Venezuela afloat? Moisture, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Most of us in the military are just poor and want a stable job with free healthcare, but the special ops guys are always bloodthirsty psychos. I met a few in boot camp, and they talk about ending lives with such enthusiasm. Yeah. It works like that in pretty much every military, you know? Most people are normal and don't really like killing, and then you run them through basic training, you run them through combat, or, you know, whatever, sitting at a base doing nothing all day, and you try to identify which of them are the most aggressive, the most willfully violent, the most sociopathic, and then those people are selected, they're targeted by the military, and they're chosen to work in special forces. It's like that in every country. Special forces guys are always freaks. Spitfire, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Chile 2 Feathers, thank you for a bunch of $2 donos. Very, very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Radio Free Canada, nice name. Thank you for the $10. The 10 Canadian bucks. Really appreciate that. Grimmy Lane, thank you for the $5. Miyagoto, thank you likewise. Andrew Fritz, Evil, Leon Hooks, another name. Cancer Central, and Pepe Lucius, thank you for the $5 all. What would you do if you were drafted? I don't fucking know. Not comply, conscientious objector. I'm not doing that shit. Fuck that. I would be drafted, say I'm not complying with illegal orders, then fight it out in court. I don't care. Well, I do care. That would really suck, but I'm not doing that shit. Sorry, I have autism. I would simply say I'm too autistic. I would gain a bunch of weight really quickly so that I'm not capable of passing basic standards. Terrace Finn, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Hey Vosh, is the Israeli recognition of Somaliland and the recent attacks on the Somali community in Minnesota by Trump and right-wingers connected? There might be a tenuous connection in the sense that the right wing in America is Hitler and Israel is Hitler, but I don't think there's any kind of coordinated effort to delegitimize the government of Somalia to whatever extent it exists right now. I think it's more kind of a convenient overlap, or maybe they're just sort of recycling talking points a little bit. 1 2 cents, Unscary Ghost, and Real Smart Goy. Me too, thank you. For the $5. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $10. Gotta keep a stiff upper lip. Nova, thank you for the $5. Hey Vosh, do you think if Venezuela falls or something, Brazil would be next? No, Brazil is much, 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 much more powerful and more internationally legitimized than Venezuela, you know? Your threat is internal. America's not going to invade Brazil, but Bolsonarists might take power in the future, you know? Alex and Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $10 both. Some of these donations are from people arguing that this regime change effort is a good thing, and I was arguing with you then, you know. Balls Deep 69 and Philippe Dagger, thank you for the $5 both. Enid Gertmenian, thank you for the super, super kind $50 dono. That is really, really kind of you. So grateful yet again for your candor, insight, and humor. Dark days, but you make me feel like there's a lighthouse of sanity out there. Thank you immensely. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you. And also, I get the same benefit from streaming. Like, obviously, you guys perceive me like, you know, I'm arguing with chat, I'm being aggressive, I'm being, you know, oh, we love being belligerent here. But in reality, like, the vast majority of the experiences that I get with you guys, you know, back and forthing it makes me feel more sane. You know, it makes me feel like the world is not entirely deranged, right? It works to our mutual benefit. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Victorious Gardenosaurus, Akeem Perez, and R4 Race D4 Doom 2. Thank you for the $10 all. We're currently running record deficit spending levels, notwithstanding a new military invasion. This is an accelerationist tactic towards economic collapse. The suffering is purposeful. Okay, so you're suggesting that the Trump administration is actually engaging in sort of a revolutionary communist accelerationism. Like they're trying to collapse the American empire as quickly as possible with more nation building? Maybe. Maybe I will vote for Trump in 2028. Adrian 1050Z, Chile 2 Feathers again, Craig Hoffman, WizPig Tactics, and MW. Thank you for the $2 all. James Robinson, thank you for the 5 Australian, the Blazers fan, and Anthony, thank you for the 2 Canadian and pounds. Really appreciate that. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $10. How many new grieving parents have to bury their children in the morning in Caracas? I actually do not know how many casualties there were. Some U.S. servicemen were injured. I don't know how many casualties there were. There was no death toll. There must have been injuries. I just don't think we know yet, you know? The shock doctrine by Naomi Klein might give some more insight into what one can expect in the coming days and weeks in Venezuela. Hey, you don't need to tell me, buddy, okay? I'm familiar with her work. The shock doctrine is maybe one of the most important pieces of political writing done in the past half century. Like, if you want to understand why the world is as crazy as it is today, you need to understand the way we reacted to the end of the Cold War. There was a brief window of time after the Cold War where obviously things were going to be bad for the former Soviet Union no matter what because they were having their own collapse. But there was a moment where we could have reached our hand out and said, listen, let bygones be bygones. Capitalism won. Let's work together on this. And I'm not a capitalist, but that would have been a hell of a lot better than the world we got, which is where the Western business class looked at Russia, looked at the former Soviet states, and basically said, oh my God, we can rape them. Like, we can humiliate them. We can punish them for a half century of opposing us. For a half century, they have kept us from taking over the entire world. They kept half the world away from our business ventures. We're going to fuck them up. And then we did. We engaged in punitive economic exploitation. We engaged in business practices that were knowingly destructive for them and not even really beneficial for us. Like, how much has Western business benefited financially from the state of Russia today? You know, I understand they get a lot of money out of their petrostate, but we deprived them of the resources that they could have used to properly modernize, and we would have been wealthier for it. Like, we fucked over everyone. And now they're our enemy, and we deserve it. Didn't the same thing happen in East Germany too? Yep. When Germany was reunified, Western Germany was like, ew, they're fucking stinky, bro. They're poorer than us. Ew. And as a consequence, like the East Germany was subject, or what was formerly East Germany when it was reintegrated, was subjected to a fuck ton of condescension and economic deprivation and underinvestment, and that's why the AfD is so popular there. You know. And then West Germans paid hundreds of millions to the East and they squandered it all? Well, yeah, but that wasn't like good investment. Like the money West Germany spent on East Germany in a lot of cases just got bled out into underdeveloped, corrupt political infrastructure that wasn't rebuilt properly after reintegration, or that money was like siphoned back out by Western German businesses. Basically, Western German businesses moved into East Germany and siphoned out the money that was poured in, rather than the money being like equitably distributed in a way that benefited the community and like reintegrated them and made East Germany feel like they were, you know, stronger and more on par with West Germany. They treated East Germany basically like a foreign country, you know? It's fucked up. What was the book? The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein. Very important book. Very, very important. Tunnies, thank you for the $5. Robert Field, thank you for the 2. Guillermo Olmos, thank you for the £2. Fuck Maduro and Celia, lock them up and lose the key. I argued with you. Vasilis Fasias Kafetzopoulos. That's got to be Greek, right? Yeah, Vasilis Kafetzopoulos. That's got to be Greek. €5. How will this affect American imperialism? By doing more of it, I assume. Porkmaster, thank you for the 5. Janelle Lorman, thank you for the very kind $20. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. I appreciate that, you know. I enjoy my work, even if it means I have to engage with this shit. Zondagskin, thank you for the 11 delicious euro. Thank you for informing us faster than Dutch media, even though it's daytime here. My pleasure, and I imagine that I'm a little bit more partisan about it than Dutch media is being as well. You know, I'm getting a little sillier with it. Why didn't glorious Soviet socialism result in East Germany having more money? Because the point of Soviet occupation was to strip Germany and enrich the elite of the Soviet Union. What? Wait, what did I say that made you think I was defending the Soviet occupation of East Germany? What you're acting as though I'm suggesting that. What? Also, East Germany wasn't gutted to enrich the Soviet elite. That's not really how it worked in the Soviet Union. Like, the reason people were poor in the Soviet Union wasn't because all the wealth was being sucked up by a couple of, like, party bureaucrats or whatever, you know? They had serious structural economic issues, and a lot of the inequality was caused by the party, but that's more of a capitalist mode of inequality. Like, that's the reason why Americans are poor. The reason American poor people are poor is because all their money is getting hoovered up by Elon Musk or whatever, right? Like the extractive element of the economic superstructure, that's what caused it. In the Soviet Union, a lot of it genuinely was mismanagement, often malicious mismanagement, but it just didn't take the same character, you know? Well, Ukraine's a big example. Oh, to be sure. I mean, it's not to suggest the Soviet Union didn't engage in colonialism. It certainly fucking did. But it's, there's a different character to it. I just want to be particular, you know? Like, when people in the Soviet Union were poor, it wasn't like a bunch of rich fat cats in Moscow were like, yes, we'll pay them less money and then we'll have more. It didn't really work that way, right? They were still corrupt and they were still dictatorial, but the dynamic of extraction worked differently. It wasn't as porky coded. I asked so you could explain that. Oh, well, East Germany was horrendously mismanaged, and the Soviet economic model didn't work. Capitalism was better than what the Soviets were doing, which was like inefficient, mismanaged state capitalism. They didn't have public ownership of the means of production. The Soviet Union never achieved socialism. They never even achieved widespread worker cooperatives, right? Let alone the end of the market. I mean, they were so far behind. They were basically just doing a less efficient version of capitalism. That being said, the areas where the Soviet Union did away with traditional market mechanics and just like straight nationalized stuff, like for example, housing, worked out kind of well. Like the Soviet Union did really, really well on housing. Soviet citizens paid relatively like nothing, like peanuts. They paid peanuts for their apartment blocks. And were their apartments kind of shitty? Yeah, but like relative to what they had before. Keep in mind that before the Soviet Union, Russia was literally a feudal peasant state. They had a czar. And over the course of a couple of decades, despite the Cold War and the ravaging of World War II, which deprived them of so many people and so much money, they were able to kind of build everyone apartments. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, people in Russia were living in fucking mud huts. They were living in fucking animal fur yurts before the Soviet Union. And that's not because they were backwards. They were just fucking poor. Everyone outside of Moscow and St. Petersburg and shit was poor. We could learn from the Soviets in this respect. Not in most ways, but with regards to their handling of housing. We could also learn from Cubans for their healthcare. True. All right, let me keep reading. Black-pilled Kiwi with the 2 New Zealand dollars. Don't just, that multipolar ref explain? I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid I don't have the context now to respond to what you're referring to from last stream. I can't really say. JD Guayo, thank you for the 10,000 COPs. I forget the currency again. I always forget. Currency? Colombian pesos. Oh, shit. You're like right next to it, man. Sorry. Krusty Hen Zero, thank you for the 8 Australian dollars. I'm the Hero Protag and Callan Collins. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Black Rampage 2 and Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $10 both. Beach, thank you for the 40 THB. Levine, thank you for the 20 Norwegian Kroner. Baraba Stantiuk, Abysmal End, Steve MC, and Colin Turner, thank you for the $5 all. I really, really appreciate that. VMan29397, thank you for the $2. Ham Burger and VMan again, thank you for the $5 both. Magi GD, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Echo, thank you likewise. I hate this so much. Yeah, me too. I really have no idea how things are going to play out. There's a cynical reflex here, you know, like a nothing ever happens kind of deal where Venezuela stays mostly the same. Maduro gets his puppet, you know, kangaroo court trial or whatever, and that's it, you know? But, I don't know. This could end up being very transformative. And it's also possible that, like, considering the fact that the Trump administration is probably mostly doing this just because it gets a news bump for them, like they're just trying to aura farm, it's also possible they really do chain this into an attack on Cuba, you know? That'd be pretty bad. Lao Shimazi, thank you for the super, super kind 50 Hong Kong dollars. Mainland government will use this precedent when Taiwan action will come to mind. I'm waiting to read Western excuses when it happens. Hey, you're not going to hear them from me, buddy. I've been a big Taiwan defender for ages, even though you counter-revolutionaries are you know, mocking Mao post-mortem by refusing to die. But, you know, I support you. I support your defiance from across the sea. We all know perfectly well at this point that if China invaded Taiwan, Trump would do nothing. He would basically just say, what are you going to do? It was theirs anyway, basically. He would have a call with President Xi the day beforehand, and that would be that. Brandon Delareal, thank you for the very kind $10. This is about minerals and control over the Southern Hemisphere. To an extent, yeah, though I really don't think we're going to be able to engage in much fruitful resource extraction down there. Ori, Linkle Productions, and Colin Turner, thank you for the $5 and pounds. All, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Linkle Productions and Xenon Prime SBSV, thank you for the $2 and pounds. Happy New Year, everyone. Karen Avalak, Minotaur and Still Alive, thank you for the $5 all. Thank you, thank you. No, I have not seen Coheed and Cambria's music videos. The only Coheed and Cambria song that I know of is the one that played in the trailer to the movie 9. Which I remember kind of being a bop, but I haven't seen it in like, well, I haven't seen it since it came out. I remember that movie being good, but nobody talks about it now. Maybe it was kind of bad, or maybe it was good and just nobody talked. Well, people in chat seem to like it. What was it? I don't know why I remember that remember that song so strongly when I just heard it for the trailer. I mean, I maybe heard it 2 or 3 times. Very catchy song. Welcome Home. And then the guy's got like the whiny voice. I saw something like that, right? Except when he sang it, it sounded good. I think I have that right, basically. Yeah, okay. I'm just surprised. I have such a bad memory. Normally, like, I would never recall a detail like that. I'm just kind of charmed by the fact that I specifically remember one song. Daniel Green, thank you for the $2. Terminal Sanity and Trevor Davis, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Starting to seem less like a real regime change and more like a backdoor arrangement to eliminate the current figurehead of it for the sake of optics. Real possibility. Like, seriously. Also, the fact that the vice president is in Russia currently, but also is saying that Maduro is the only real president, makes me think that she's not in on the deal. Rodriguez is in Russia right now, so, you know, it kind of implies that, like, maybe she was warned ahead of time that this was going to happen, and she was like, fuck that noise, and fled? I don't know. There's definitely a lot of, like, back-end stuff happening right now. She sold him out? I feel like if she sold him out, she wouldn't be saying Maduro is Venezuela's only president, you know? She'd be saying something like, I'm now returning to Venezuela in its time of need. I don't know. I don't know. There's definitely some back-end stuff going on here. It's never as simple as it seems with something like a regime change. You know, there's always a plan, multiple plans. It's probably all just like, it's still definitely all stupid, but there's stupid stuff happening behind the scenes too. No, she isn't in Russia? Really? I saw multiple news articles claiming that she was. Mika Gelfen, thank you for the super kind $20 dono. I, for one, am so glad we have an anti-war president. Me too. Listen, he stopped more wars than he started, okay? It all balances out. Disabled Caps Lock and Spartacus, thank you for the $2 both. Hamburger and Ricardo Bravo, thank you for the $5 both. What do you think all of Latin America's reaction is going to be? Probably like, Chile's leadership, Argentina's leadership, and El Salvador's leadership are all going to condone this. Brazil and Colombia are going to condemn. So will Bolivia, Yeah, it's really just going to come down on like right wing versus left wing, because the right wing governments in Latin America are all openly Hitlerite and America aligned. Emish, thank you for the very kind $10. Does the media really think that by capitulating this hard, Trump and his cronies will give them an ounce of credit or just keep shitting them? I really do not think that they're... I think they're like Chuck Schumer. It's not that Chuck Schumer is being a gigantic pussy bitch because he wants accolades from Trump. It's his job to be that, you know? Like, the media people aren't hoping for a good outcome here. They just understand that it is like they are... As part of the machine that they are in, it is their responsibility. Like, they are paid to be dickless. You know? Martin Donaldson, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Thanks for the coverage, watching from Quebec. Bet Carney had a pretty stressful day at work. No doubt. Mark Carney working up to a big nothing statement. Ryan Case, thank you for the $10. Take some of my warrior dividend in case I get lost and bleed out in the shores of Caracas. Hey, at least you'll be bleeding out somewhere beautiful, right? Fuck getting deployed to Iraq, you know? I know there are beautiful places in Iraq, but, like, obviously a lot of it's kind of ugly. Venezuela's beautiful all over. Humid as shit, though, so... Happy New Year, Beefless Stew. Thank you for the $2. KCH Mueller, thank you for the €5. I hope the Venezuela thing forces Europe to come together to build more independence to the US, Russia, and China. So far, European leadership is capitulating to Donald Trump. They're legitimizing the strike. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to lead to much Latin American unity either. I mean, look at Argentina and Chile, right? My guess is that Latin America is in for a solid 10 to 20 years of brutal right-wing humiliation. Like, right-wing governments are going to crop up everywhere. They're all going to be, like, pathetically servile to the United States. They're going to be deferential. They're going to open themselves up to business exploitation. And then things are going to get really, really bad, like they have before. And then there's going to be another, like, continent-wide bounce back. But I think right now we're in the negative trend. You know, we're still... even if the Trump administration is like bleeding support, we're still very much in like the global fascist resurgence era. It's going to take some time. Brandon, thank you for the very kind $5. Maduro is a dictator. Please oppose intervention without denying reality. When have I ever said Maduro is not a dictator? And also don't hate on the Venezuelan people who are desperate for any change at all. I'm not really hating on them. Well, listen, I'm definitely hating on the Florida Venezuelan diaspora because those people are hit the right. But like, if you're Venezuelan and you're happy that Maduro's gone, that's fine, I guess. But, you know, if you're supporting the American regime change, I'm sorry, like that's bad. It's not really me hating on them. It's just like that is stupid, and I have to argue against that point. I'm not going to accept that interventionist colonial fucking argument just because it's coming from people from the country being colonized, you know? A3OB, thanks for the $5. Minimum of 12 Venezuelans have been killed. Wonder when we'll get the full report. McLeod2233, thank you for the super kind $10. Really appreciate that. I have not been coughing as much as I expected to through all this. I'm appreciative of that. And Hark C, thank you for the $20. Thanks for keeping me sane. Hey, likewise. You know, not the you specifically, but the ability for me to do this. Thank you very much for the super kind $20. And now I just got to read the remaining donos that cropped up while I was reading the super chats. Oy, oy. Oy, oy. Hold on. I'm really trying to do more of the, like, midstream stretches because it's good for me. I'm trying to... Wow. I'm trying to stay limber. The hardest job? You can't say the hardest job every time I do anything. You have to wait for me to complain. Oh, I'm going to take a quick break to stretch. You know, you should do that. You've been watching me for as long as I've been streaming. You should do that. You should get up and take a stretch. She's still in Caracas, really. I wonder what I was reading then. All those reports that she was in Russia. Is it like totally off? I don't know. Bieberhole69, great name as always. Thank you for the very kind 20 bucks. Chopsless, thank you for the $10. This is for a new cat toy for River. We actually do plan on getting them like a high quality chew toy sometime soon, you know? Get those little freaks some exercise. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. In before they got a Maduro double and Trump has no idea because all Latinos look alike to him, they would have to find somebody with a lot of aura, you know? Maduro, being a drug kingpin does give you a certain je ne sais quoi, you know? They would have to really struggle to find somebody who conveys that authority. We all need to stretch more. True. Kowalski, thank you for the 5 bucks. Nebraska's minimum wage is $15 an hour, plus set to increase in each year based on CPI. Nice. Well, hopefully, that ballot measure is passed. Yes, it will. Effective January 1st, 2026, the minimum wage will increase from $13.50 to $15. The minimum wage in Nebraska was $13.50. That's problematic. Glad that's done with. Pumpernickel, thank you for the very kind 10 bucks. Any good that comes out of this is going to be a side effect from the pursuit of dead oil. It'll be a case of accidental good. Yeah, I mean, any good that comes out of this, we're going to have to stretch for that. And I'm not going to be charitable to this effort, you know? There were indigenous who supported the Spanish because they didn't like the Aztecs. Yeah, man. You have any idea how much suffering you could have prevented if you went back in time to tell all the indigenous people who hated the Aztecs they should hate the Spanish even more? Like, the Aztecs were really bad, but the Spanish and the Portuguese set up the world's largest slave trade, the largest and most brutal slave trade in the history of the human race. That, like, the transatlantic slave trade mostly got captured in the Caribbean and you know, Latin America, right? It was not mostly to North America. It was fucking brutal, man. So many people died. Going back in time and telling them that for the future of their whole continent, and they don't know what that is yet, you know, you have to ally with the Aztecs, okay? Tenochtitlan must not burn. Greg the Bot, thank you for the super kind $20. Hey Vosh, longtime viewer here since 2020. Appreciate all you do. Your advice segments help me go from bedrotter to getting good grades in college. Well done! Good grades in college, even I never managed that. I'm really happy to hear that. Congratulations. I'm happy that I could be of any help, you know? Bedrotting, it's not good, folks. Do not be lulled into complacency by the people online who are like, ooh, it's cool when you bed rot. It's cool to be stinky. It's not cool. It's not cool, okay? Don't romanticize mental illness, all right? Unless it's funny in a specific instance, but you don't want to make that like a broader life goal. Sake, thanks to the additional 5 tier 1 subs. I meant the U.S. forces didn't actually get Maduro and no one's told Trump yet and he's too lazy to find out. Yeah, the U.S. Special Forces realizing in a panic they got the wrong guy. They just shoot him and dump him in the sea and do a whole Bin Laden thing again. Maduro continues to rule Venezuela quietly for the rest of his natural life. Not impossible. Not impossible. Paul, that's the $5. How do you think that idiot Barry Weiss and CBS are going to spin this? Honestly, even just watching NBC, the spin was so bad, I don't think CBS is going to have anything novel to say. And Jestry with the $5. You think the regime knows how to write a full report? You mean the Venezuelan regime? I don't think the government would necessarily be the one putting out that info, right? There are, you know, like Caracasan military services? Not military, sorry, medical services might be the ones to put together a casualty list. I'm not really sure. It kind of depends on the circumstances, right? Kind of you know, it varies sort of deal there. Distraction from the Epstein files. They'll do anything to switch the attention. IMO. Any thoughts on that? I don't actually think this is a distraction from the Epstein files. I think this one would have happened no matter what. It's possible the timetable got moved around a little bit because of the Epstein files, but they've been gunning for this one for a long time. I really think that it's just Trump meets at Mar-a-Lago and the White House with a bunch of evil, like, oil oligarchs, and they're all being boastful about how they're going to be based in red-pilled. They're going to be the guys who do, like, good old-fashioned American colonialism. They go in there and they see a photo of Teddy Roosevelt, or, like, sorry, a painting of Teddy Roosevelt, and they're like, now that's a guy who knew how to get things done, or whatever. And then they all boast about how now that Trump is uncucked, he could do anything. He could even do regime change if he wanted. Ah, ha, ha. And they just, like, steamrolled into this. It's just inertia carrying them forward. I don't think there's really, like, a strong plan here. I think they're just evil and, like, feeling like they have the power to do this, which clearly they do, right? I mean, clearly they do. The demonym for Caracas is Caracinian? Really? Caracinian. Am I saying that right? That is interesting. It wouldn't be like Caracasan? I guess no, because that wouldn't be preserving the pronunciation. Caracas. It wouldn't be the right emphasis. Caracinian. That's really beautiful. That sounds really nice. I guess it makes sense too, because Los Angeles turns into Los Angelian, so Caracinian. Okay, yeah. Do you still think Trump is a lame duck president? Yes. Yeah, this confirms that for me. This is like classic lame duck shit to do, right? Your approval is running into the ground. You're losing legitimacy. So in a desperate final act, you like start foreign wars or whatever. Like this is like part of the playbook, you know? I thought it was Los Angelinos. I think it's both. I've heard Los Angelinos and Los Angelian, both. Whatever. All right. I'm gonna, you know, as part of my goal and interest to continue streaming every day, I'm gonna take a break. I got no sleep, basically. I'm gonna take a break so my throat doesn't hurt a bunch, you know? We did stream for a solid 4 hours 15. I mean, we started really, really early. So I'm not, DJ Tanner, I talked about that last stream. I talked about that. I know that U.S. oil companies have said they're not really interested in oil extraction in Venezuela, you know? The thing is, right now, oil is really inexpensive. It's really, really cheap. And the cost of extraction plus refinement, even if our facilities are the only ones that can reliably do that refinement, it's not very good, you know? Now, I think that you could still extract a lot of money out of this if the extraction is being done by the Venezuelans, but then like money's being funneled in through the refinement process. But even then, like, you're selling it at such a low rate. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We'll talk about it more in the future. But right now, things are looking pretty bleak. Everyone, take care. If a bunch of crazy shit happens, I'll probably stream later. South Yemen just seceded. Okay. Constitutional Declaration of the South Arabian State. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. God damn it. Yeah, get back on it, streamer boy. Wake up, Taze. Taze. No, man, this is like there's a bunch of shit I need to read up on before I even have the proper context. I don't know enough. I don't know enough to to know how to, I need to like learn up on like what the current deal is in Yemen, what's going on and everything. I don't know enough. This is not just in and out 15 minutes Rick and Morty adventure, okay? This is a while. I need to do this later. It's either going to be tomorrow or like later today. We'll see what I have time and energy for, you know? But this is a whole thing, okay? Everyone take care and go watch Hassan Piker talk about you know, South Yemen breaking off or whatever. I don't know. Whatever floats your boat. Whatever, you know, canoodles your noodle. You get me. You understand. You're picking up what I'm putting down, okay? Take care. I'll see you guys soon.